opened there with the Olympic anthem, images courtesy of the Pacific Games Council. The words of the anthem, Olympian flame immortal, whose beacon lights our way, and blaze our hearts with the fires of hope on this momentous day. The lyrics capture these unprecedented times we are living in, resulting in the major decision to postpone the Games to July this year. And having delivered the Games successfully in the middle of the pandemic, we demonstrated our resilience, how stronger we have been, we are together as a movement, and the power of sports and the Olympic flame, in the words of our IOC president, as a ray of hope and the light at the end of this dark tunnel. I bid you all a very good morning from the ONOC head office in Suva, and also from the office of our Secretary General in Guam. And I also thank you for your patience earlier on as we were activating our YouTube live stream. We welcome you all. It's on their behalf that I welcome you all to our 41st Annual General Assembly, this also being our second virtual assembly. This year also being our 40th anniversary. We welcome our NOC members. We also welcome our associate members and our partners. We welcome our observers, members of the media who are joining us through our YouTube channel. And also we welcome our IOC and ONOC colleagues who are joining us our morning here, their evening or early evening, where they're dialing from. In keeping with our Pacific meeting tradition, I will open our assembly with a prayer. So let's bow our heads in prayer. Heavenly Father, we come before you today in the name of your Son, Jesus, and we give you thanks for your faithfulness and your goodness over the 9 months we've come through. And we also thank you for the purpose of our gathering today, this our 41st Annual General Assembly, and also this year being our 40th anniversary. We thank you for our members, we thank you for our partners, and all those that have journeyed with us in this last 40 years. We thank you for our pioneers and our founders, our previous leaders at ONOC, as well as at our NOCs, our associates and partners. And we also thank you again for our IOC and ONOC colleagues who are joining us on the call today. We thank you for our current ONOC leadership, our President, Dr. Mitchell, our Vice President, Barclay Temenyol, and also our Secretary General, Rick Blas. We also thank you for our board members, our commissions, and most especially our athletes who remain at the center of everything we do. We commit to you our meeting and our proceedings today. May you begin and end this meeting with us. May you bless our deliberations, our discussions, and the outcomes of today's assembly. We ask all this in Jesus' name. Amen. Before I hand over and we'll cross to Guam for Rick to take us through the administrative section of our meeting this morning, I'd just like to run through some housekeeping. So the first, if we can ask again, as is usual, the protocol in an online meeting, if we can have you remain on mute, but if you can keep your camera on, please. And then if you do have a question or comment, we have the chat room that's available for that questions or comments. That will be moderated by Vara and Senimili, and Mili as well, who's with us here on the table. They will respond to what they can during the meeting, but if there are things that will need full responses, we will assure you that we will come back with responses if we can later throughout the program, or we'll send a compiled question and answer update or sheet earlier next week. For our French speakers, I did mention this in the beginning of the meeting. We have with us for the first time, I think, in our virtual meeting, an interpretation service provided by Ms. Margaret Yap from Pacific Connections out of Vanuatu. The interpretation is simultaneous, so as we speak, she's providing simultaneous interpretation. However, when we do get to the question and answers, if there are questions, that are put forward, we will do a consecutive interpretation, meaning the question will come, Margaret will interpret the question, will respond, and then she'll interpret in French for our French speakers. So we just wanted to mention that as part of the housekeeping as well. I'd also like to mention that we have, as we did last year, a communique that will go at the end of the meeting that summarizes all the key decisions. This will be circulated to the membership and also the meeting members, but we'll also have it available on our website towards the end of today. I'd like to mention as well that we have observers and also members of the media who are following us through the YouTube. So also mentioning there that we do have, apart from the main meeting room, observers and media who are following the coverage on our YouTube channel. We will also issue a media release at the end of the assembly for the purpose of the media, and we'll also circulate this through our electronic direct mail or EDM to the membership and the meeting members as well today. We do ask you to follow our ONOC website, oceanianoc.org, for other updates from today. Also follow our social media channels if you are able to. The handles are Oceania Olympic. And then just to close off, I will ask our speakers or presenters if, for the purpose of the translation, and I'm trying to do my best here because I'm usually a fast speaker, if you can please pace your presentation just for the purpose of Margaret's interpretation, and again for the benefit of our French speaking delegates. And finally, if you do drop out of the meeting, Mike and Korn and Sitiveni, who greeted you when you entered online, will facilitate your re-entry. So just work with them and they'll ensure that you, if you do drop out, you're able to come back to the meeting. So that's the housekeeping notices for the assembly. I'm now going to cross to Guam, to our Secretary General, Rick Blas, who will take us, will give us a few remarks, take us through the apologies and meeting numbers before we then hand over to Dr. Mitchell, who is the chair of our assembly today. Thank you very much again. I welcome you, look forward to your participation, and I cross over now to Rick, who will do the meeting numbers, and also as part of his introduction, will pay observance and tribute. We have an obituary section as part of Rick's presentation or opening this morning before we hand over to Doc for the meeting proper. So thank you very much. I'll cross over to you, Rick. The floor is yours.
Good morning, everyone. And first, I think appropriately it has to go back to President Mitchell to officially open the General Assembly. So I send it back to Fiji because the President should officially open the Assembly.
Thank you very much, Rick, and Bulavinaka, everybody. Good morning, an early good morning to our friends in Switzerland. Good afternoon, and welcome to the 41st ONOC General Assembly, which I'm very pleased to open, and hand the floor back to Rick. We're really showing off our technology skills at the moment. Over to you, Rick.
Thank you, President. And good evening, good morning, and I don't know if it's good afternoon to some parts of the world, but welcome to the General Assembly of ONOC. Just on the matter of the roll call, we have 17 NOCs that have registered online. We have 3 members of the associate member countries online, which is Northern Marianas, Tahiti, and Wallis. And on the apologies, we have an apology from Papua New Guinea, Sir John Dawanakura, from Samoa, Palga, and from Oslo, Chet Gray, and from the Palau NOC, Frank Kyoto. I would also like to take this time to if I could just have everyone stand up for a moment of silence to recognize those who dearly departed during this pandemic. They didn't pass from pandemic, but from one reason or another have left us. So with that said, I turn it over to the screen to identify who has passed. And if I can ask everyone to please stand up for a moment of silence. Thank you. I now turn this over to President Mitchell.
Thank you very much, Rick. We move on to agenda item 3, which is the approval of the minutes of the 2020 Annual General Assembly held on the 5th of December 2020. We have had no corrections or comments on the minutes. If there are no comments coming from the floor, and I'll just pause whilst our moderators check to see whether there's any hands raised. No? Can I then call for someone to move that the minutes are...
Approved.
Hugh, Cook Islands, you have the floor. Please turn your mic on.
No, sorry, Dr. Mitchell, I was moving the minutes. Sorry.
Excellent. Thank you. Motion from Hugh Henry, the Cook Islands. Do we have a seconder?
Second.
Thanks.
Second, Emperor.
Thank you very much, Baklai. All those in favor, please raise your thumb. Yep. Thank you very much. Minutes have passed. Any matters arising, Melly? No? Moving on to agenda item 5, which is the President's report. You will have received a report online, which is the report that we publish in our annual report. This year's meeting is a little bit different, very much like last year, in that we're having our meeting quite late in the year. So what that means is that we're reporting on last year's activities and the first part of 2021, which as we normally do when we have our meetings in April and May. So the report is tabled. I'll come back to it after I make some few supplementary remarks. But essentially it goes through an overview of our activities, and at the end I want you just to take note of our acknowledgements for the help and the assistance provided the many individuals, National Olympic Committees, and our partners that are listed in the report itself. Coming back to my supplementary remarks, as you can see on the screen, it's our 40th anniversary this year, and as with everything that resulted from our COVID-19 pandemic, our celebrations will probably be postponed until we meet in person in Auckland next year. I thought I'd just cover a little bit of history for the young ones in the room, just to talk a little bit about our 40 years of a ONOC activity. In 1981, at the IOC Congress in Baden-Baden, President Samaranch suggested that continental organizations of National Olympic Committees be formed to represent the 5 rings on our IOC symbol. At that time, ONOC consisted of only 4 National Olympic Committees. Australia and New Zealand, who have been part of the movement since the Olympics were restored in 1894. Fiji, who became a member just before the Melbourne Olympic Games, and Papua New Guinea, who became the fourth member not too long after that. On September the 25th, 1981, a working group was formed. Harold Osted of New Zealand was appointed the chairman. Brian Whiteman from Fiji was the vice president, and Julius Spatching from Melbourne and Australia was the secretary general, and the fourth member, Graham Norris from Papua New Guinea, was the fourth member of the working group. The next year, the first official meeting of ONOC was held in Melbourne in 1982, when the interim working group, or the working group, became officially posted as the executive of ONOC. At the next meeting of the ONOC, Sir Lance Cross took over from Harold Osted of New Zealand as president of ONOC until 1989, when he passed away earlier that year. The inaugural meeting essentially formalized the constitution that was prepared by Sid Grange of Australia, and they gratefully received $75,000 from the IOC for their administrative expenses. They also discussed Olympic solidarity, but I don't have a record of what amounts were given to the small group of 4 national Olympic committees. Up until 1989, more members joined the movement, and at a meeting in Melbourne in 1989, the first of the changes in the direction that ONOC moved happened with the election of Kevin Gosper, one of the 2 IOC members in Australia, as the president of ONOC. A few of us were first-timers to an ONOC meeting, myself included, and the Secretary General, Ricardo Blas. But a long-time goer to these meetings before our time was Sir John Doanikura of Papua New Guinea. The election was held, and I was elected vice president, very new to the movement then, and had a lot to learn. And our Secretary General was Tay Wilson of New Zealand. And Tay essentially set the basis for the workings of ONOC in terms of the administration of ONOC, in terms of the financial management of the resources that we had. Our next big change was in the meeting in Auckland in 1993. The presidency continued with Kevin until he retired in 2009. I took over from Tay as Secretary General, and the vice president was Sir John Dawanikure, if I got it right. And over the years up until 2009, Sir John and Rick took turns through election as vice president of ONOC. At our meeting in Queenstown in 2009, a memorable meeting hosted by Sir Ian Edgar, who passed away quite recently, we were graced with the presence of Jacques Rogge. And it was at this meeting that there was a strong lobby for rugby to become part of the Olympic movement, rugby sevens in particular. So at this meeting, I became president of ONOC in 2009, and then Rick Blas became Secretary General, and the vice president of ONOC was, I think, vice president. Yeah. I missed that one out, but I'll let you guess and come back, and the winner gets a trip to Suva when the borders open. But our celebrations in 2006, we started off a book, the 25th anniversary of ONOC. We recognized many of our contributors to the success of ONOC, and that's what we hope to do in next year's General Assembly. So The 25th anniversary book has been sort of sitting quietly on the shelf and is now been passed on to ONOC. And we have our staff now collating and starting to carry out interviews so that this will be presented when we have our celebrations, when we can all meet, which is the main reason for postponing the anniversary of the formation of ONOC. Can I have the next slide, please? I'll now just go on to some of the items that are more current that we will cover in full at our next General Assembly. But I thought it was important that we recognize the success of the Tokyo Olympic Games, in particular the performance of our athletes, but before that, the success of the Games and that it actually happened and went so well, due primarily to the chairmanship of the Coordination Commission, John Coates. After our last IOC meeting, I think it was June, John spent quite a time in Japan, about a month before the Games, sorting out the little kinks that were appearing, the little hurdles that were put in his way and in the way of how the Olympics needed to work, so that by the time we arrived, the systems were working reasonably well, except for those of you that went to Tokyo, noting the delays in getting through the health part of the exercise. Overall, the Games were fantastic. The organization was great in terms of the sport itself. There were little hitches in the village, but felt quite by the athletes in terms of transport, in terms of some of the issues in the village, but these were solved, as they usually do in the Games. But at the end of the Games, we, after a while, didn't really notice that there were not many spectators around, although in some of the sports, some of the spectators were very loud, and I think they came mainly from this part of the world in the Rugby Sevens competition. But I'd like, on behalf of ONOC and the athletes from the region, to thank John very much for the excellent leadership he showed in getting the Games to work and work successfully. I can report unofficially that NOCs have received part of their profit share, which has gone to Olympic Solidarity, and that will be decided at our meeting in Lausanne in early November. But the main review of the Games will be carried out in December, the IOC session in December, from the 7th to the 9th, prior to the Olympic Summit on the 11th. ONOC has sent out a questionnaire to all of the National Olympic Committees, and we have 5 of our members who are yet to return the questionnaire. We will let you know in the afternoon as to who needs to send this information back, as it's very important for the review of the conduct of the Olympic Games that all of our NOCs contribute. There are many, many people that contributed to the success of the Games. One that I should mention was the chair of the forum, at that time the first president of the Tuvalu National Olympic Committee, Prime Minister Kausea Notano. We were able to contact him when the leaders were meeting virtually to select the Secretary General of the forum, and pass on a request to him that all of our athletes and officials traveling to Tokyo be vaccinated after the frontline workers in each country had been vaccinated. So on your behalf, send a message through to Prime Minister Natano for his support in getting the agreement of all of our leaders meeting in Tuvalu in April. The next leader of the forum is a former Vice President of FASANOC, Frank Bainimarama, and he will be leading the team from this part of the world to COP26 in Glasgow. And that's where I think our new commission will benefit from all of the lobbying that they need to do before the team leads from all of the islands, those that are able to travel, but in particular the chair of the forum and most likely the Secretary General of the forum from the Cook Islands. Now turning to the results of the Olympic Games that you can see on the screen. Australia and New Zealand did really well. These are big countries from our perspective. Australia is the biggest country in the world. The population is probably only 2/3 of the population of Tokyo. And they ranked 6th in terms of the number of medals that they won. 17 gold, 7 silver, and 22 bronze medals. New Zealand, 7 golds, 6 silver, and 7 bronze for 20 medals. And Fiji, for the first time, we got a bronze medal. And our women's team won that game and had chances to do, well, we won't go there. But Fiji was ranked 63 in terms of the medals won. And this is equivalent, they shared this position with Estonia, Latvia, and Thailand. So that's quite an achievement for a small country in the Pacific, but others have done this before. Tonga has won a silver medal in boxing in Atlanta, and in, I think it was London, that Samoa won a gold medal, or a medal in women's weightlifting. Australia did well. I think they specialized in relays in the swimming pool, but it looks as though they won everything in the 4x100, 4x200, etc. But listed on the screen is the national records, 1 world record in the 4x100 freestyle for women, and quite an excellent achievement from Australia's point of view. Next slide, please. New Zealand, we didn't get the details of New Zealand until after the slide was prepared. But 5 of our islands broke national records, leading with the Cook Islands in athletics, Marshalls, Papua New Guinea, Solomons, and Tuvalu. And the Olympic diplomas are given to all of place getters from first place to 8th place. The numbers that we've listed is only for those that didn't get a medal. So basically it's a list of the 4th to 8th place in the particular event. So 64 diplomas to Australia, 73 to New Zealand, and 3 to Tonga. Well done, Tonga, in weightlifting and taekwondo, men and women. So for those 3 athletes, 100% record in their particular sport. The New Zealand spreadsheet that we were able to compile part of this information was interesting in that they ranked their athletes' performance in 15th place and in 8th place. And I understand that that's a target for their selection, that they're able to get those. So big congratulations to Australia and New Zealand again, and to Fiji for retaining their gold medal and winning a bronze medal. I'd just like to cover a few points. Firstly, American Samoa. Recently, there was some issues, disagreement within the NOC that ended up with the IOC-NOC Relations Department. So Jerome Poave from the department liaised with American Samoa. At the same time, ONOC appointed a working group consisting of Vice President Baklai Temengel, member Antoine Boudier, and myself, basically just to follow the correspondence, but essentially it was the IOC dealing with American Samoa. On the 30th of September, the election was held, which in the end only appointed the 4 office bearers, and the second part of the election happened on the 7th of October, and I don't have the results of that one. But the IOC appointed Ovita Rapila and Patrick Fepuleai was suggested by ONOC because it was somebody who could speak the language and understand the nuances, or if the meeting switched into the vernacular, we were kept up to speed too. Thank you very much to Ovita and to Patrick for taking up the task on behalf of the IOC and ONOC. The President and the Secretary General retained their positions. There's a new Vice President and a new Treasurer that got through the first part of the election. They had many, many candidates for the position on the executive, and the second part of the meeting, as I mentioned, happened in the last day on the 7th. And I'm sure the NOC will provide that information. Details of the meetings will be sent to us by both Ovita and Patrick in due course. Next slide, thanks. Now, the Solomon Islands will be hosting the games in 2003, and to assist in some of the development work that they need to lead up to for the games, we had suggested the appointment of Sports Development Officer and worked quite closely with the Oceania Federations in seeking their interest to work together to further their sport in terms of the athlete and entourage development, but also to help train technical officials who would be able to officiate at the games and in return reduce the cost to Solomons of having to pay for overseas consultants. We view this as our contribution to the legacy of the sport, and this will probably be launched in the coming weeks once we go back to our federation partners. The games, tremendous work by Brisbane. Towards the end of last year, we could see that Brisbane was emerging as the favorite to be developed and ultimately tabled with the IOC session. And congratulations again to John, who from the host NOC was leading the discussions and the delegation with our colleagues from Brisbane at 3 levels of government. The federal government joined in, the state government, and of course the municipalities that will be hosting the various events in the Sunshine Coast, the Gold Coast, Brisbane Metropolitan, and Coralbin school area, which some of our members know quite well from the students that used to go to school there prior to the Sydney Olympic Games. ONOC has 5 commissions that work very, very well and to support the work of the executive and all of our membership. From where we live and the work that's being done, I think it was important and perhaps a little bit late that we hadn't developed a sustainability commission. We set up a working group which consisted of 4 of the, excuse me, 4 of our Oceania members are members of the IOC Sustainability Commission, namely Baklai, Ovita, Sarah Walker, and Makarita Lenore, the president of the Fiji NOC. Baklai will, I think it's Baklai, will be presenting later on in the meeting to outline the work that has been done by the Commission in the meantime. And hopefully we'll have the Commission appointed and presented following the review of the other commissions early next year. The final point that I have there, the Tokyo Olympic Games review, I've mentioned in my introduction. It's a survey that we're carrying out. Solidarity is doing the same thing. Various countries are also working hard so that by December we'll have a good overview of the the good points, the issues that need to be resolved before the next host can benefit from what we've learned from the games in Tokyo. So for those 5 members that have still to send in their questionnaires, I urge you to do that over this weekend if you can. So with those few points, I go back to the printed report that has been circulated and table that for the approval of the meeting. Before doing so, just see whether there's any questions from the floor or comments. Okay, can you see any? Yeah. Okay, no questions from the floor. Can I ask for someone to move that the report as circulated be approved?
Marshall, I would like to move for the report to be approved.
Thank you, Terry. Thank you very much, Marshall Islands. Is there a second?
Second from Tonga.
Thank you, Takitoa. Hope you're enjoying the South Island, but thank you for seconding. All those in favor, please put your thumbs up. Anyone against? No? Thank you very much, everyone. We are now moving on to agenda item 6, and I'll pass on the floor to Secretary General Blas and also ask that he introduce the other reports within his section. Thanks. Over to you, Rick.
Thank you, Doc. And before starting, I'm just going to be reflective in my report. My supplement to recognize and shout out to our Tongan delegates and Cook Islands that are stranded in Auckland after returning from the Olympic Games and undergoing their quarantine there, along with the Kiribati weightlifters that are still in and unable to return home. So they're now going on leave years. So our hearts are with all of you guys, and wishing you all the best as you continue to wait to return home. My report, I know solidarity, Nicole is on, so we can address the solidarity report first, if Nicole wishes to do so. If not, because most of my report will be just a recap, our general assembly, we presented the budget and strategic plan.
Thank you, Rick.
No?
Good morning, Rick. No, we will have one global presentation shared between James and myself. I think later in the agenda. Thank you, Rick.
All right, thank you, Nicole. I'll start with 6A. We had sent out the financial report October 1st. We have not received any inquiries or any questions. I have Bole and Betty from the Suva office on standby. If you have any questions, please address them now. And just to, if you have a copy of the audited report, if you turn to page 10, just to read out on the auditor's report on other legal and regulatory requirements as required by the audit, by the auditors. In our opinion, the financial statements have been prepared in accordance with the requirements of the Companies Act 2015 in all materials respect. And so we've been given a clean audit. Basically, that's what it's saying. And if you have any questions, please, I've got Betty and Bole on standby at my office. Questions? I can't see the full screen. So I don't know who's raising their hands, if any.
No, Rick, we're not seeing anything on the.
That echoes really strong. With no questions, can I get a motion on the floor, please, to approve the audited
So
report?
FSNLC would like to move it be.
Any second?
New Zealand will second that. Thanks, Rick.
Yeah. All in favor, thumbs up. Thank you very much. And now, on the Olympic Solidarity Report, and I know I haven't done my actual report. I think I'll better do my report as I lead off into Solidarity. You already have a copy of my report that was distributed on the to all the NLCs. I'm not going to read through it because most of it has been recapped in my supplemental report. I think this is the only time that I actually have to do a supplemental and another supplemental to these reports. But it's just a reflection on the pre-Olympic. Early this year, we had an inquiry from the Australian Olympic Committee proposing an interest from the Department of Foreign Affairs for the Australian government. And they were interested in supporting the NOCs in Oceania. There were Matt Carroll and Eddie Moore from the Australian Olympic Committee who were instrumental in many of what was delivered by the Australian government in support of those needing assistance from us. But at the same token, I also want to thank James and Nicole because they were the key members who led to most of our members attending the Olympic Games. So as we worked through the DFAT programs and requests, we started to run into problems later on in terms of NLCs receiving notice from government about the delay or possibly cancellation of their participation, making it more impossible by canceling flight and departure arrivals into the countries. So this became a real obstacle in terms of trying to bring our members to Tokyo. And about a week and a half before the opening ceremonies, I got a message from our colleague from Nauru advising me that the information they just received from the airlines is that the Singapore, which is their transit point, had just shut down their borders. That included other problems for the Solomon Islands, Kiribati, Tuvalu, in terms of trying to get them up to the Olympic Games in Tokyo. So after talking to Marcus, I sent an urgent message to Nicole and James. Following day, I received a message from James, and I provided him a briefing to the situation with our member countries. And I think in less than a week and a half, we were able to put this charter together. And why it's very important to recognize James in respect to giving us and supporting ONOC to make sure that all our members attend the Olympic Games. I know that with Samoa, they were in a tough situation because they were given the option, you can leave, but your return might be subject to some delays as being experienced by Tonga and Cook Islands and Kiribati. So again, thank you, James, because if it wasn't for the support of the IOC, we would not have been able to put this charter I'm still baffled that we were able to do this in a week's time. But also a shout out to Dr. Karen Keke from the Nauru NLC, because he was dealing with a personal medical situation, but took the time out to make sure that as chairman of Nauru, able to facilitate the needs of our member countries. So again, thank you. When we got to Tokyo, we were also then faced with a situation when there was a false positive case at the Games Village, prompting myself and Melly to remain at the hotel and not visit the Games Village to reduce any exposures to our teams and other athletes. So we started to work more out of the hotel. Melly was able to engage with those NOCs that are present in regards to some of the Olympic Solidarity programs, following up on the reports of the NOC. There are some NOCs that weren't basically aware of some of the discrepancies that were being addressed. But again, I mean, this is why we wanted to make sure that we do meet with the NOC reps. So we also spoke briefly about the strategic plan that we presented at the December AGM last, and it's just more of a follow-up on our part. And then as we started to prepare our departure, we ran into more problems where government now were attempting to close down all their borders, not allow these members to return. And through the help of President Mitchell, in contact with Dr. Jimmy Rogers, who was the Secretary Prime Minister of Solomons, they were able to resolve the concerns of the government in a 4-day span and allow them to board the Air Nauru, travel back the delegation. They all have to undergo 3 weeks of quarantine, at least Tuvalu, and then receive notice on got to undergo an additional 3 days. As soon as they got back home, they did another 21 days. So not easy. And that's why I wanted to initially give a shout out to our Tongans and Cook Islanders and Kiribati for being diligent. And I know that you guys are already homesick and ready to go home. And so we wish you all the best. With that said, just for everyone else's information, I have reached out to Nicole, advised Nicole of the situation with the 3 NOCs, how they're tracking and basically what their needs are. And Tonga and Cook Islands had in fact reached out to Nicole and submitted the additional support required to assist their teams. As soon as we returned to Guam, I had several of the ONOC staff with me. We sat down to try to plan moving forward on how to deliver the Olympic Solidarity programs. We also worked on the games support first with the CNMI or Saipan, and they finally were able to make it there and conducted a MISO program with them. We were attempting to do the same in Palau a week later, but unfortunately, as part of the requirement, we wanted to do our PCR test, and I ended up being positive, which was a false positive, because 2 days later I tested again and it was negative. So it's, moments like this that you may be as prepared as you can be, but things do change, and then you have to amend that. Excuse me, I just need to pull this in. Before I bring out the rest of the my last part of the report, are there any questions so far regarding my report? Thank you. In addition to my supplemental report, I will also provide a short brief of the games ONOC has been invited to by the Olympic Council of Asia. And I would also like to take this time to recognize our good friend and His Excellency Sheikh Ahmed Al-Sabah Al-Fahad, because he has been very supportive of ONOC being involved in the games under the Olympic Council of Asia, which is the Asian Indoor Martial Arts Games, now the Asian Games, and the Asian Beach Games. Just to recite some of the games program starting next year, we have in 2022, the Asian Indoor Martial Arts Games. It's going to be in Bangkok, Thailand from March 10th to the 20th. We are receiving updated notice that this might be delayed. We're still waiting to hear back from the organizing committee as to what the new proposed dates are. Regarding the arrangement from the IMAC Turkmenistan, I'm not sure what the financial support would be, or is this going to be at the cost of the respective NLCs? So that is still not clear. 2022, we have the Pacific Mini Games in Saipan. It was originally scheduled for June 17th to the 25th, and that has been again pushed back to sometime, I believe, in October or November of next year. Asian Games in Hangzhou, China. We're still holding from September 10th to the 25th. We don't know if they're going to push that back or not. So again, these are challenging times for many of the organizing committee. For the Asian Games, 5 sports were selected and are given to all the ONOC members to indicate their interest of fielding a team. It's athletics, weightlifting, roller sports / skateboard, triathlon, and wushu, Taolu discipline. No idea what Taolu discipline is, but it's there for those that are in the wushu sport. Okay, and then for the 2023, we have the Pacific Games in Honiara, Solomon Islands, and 2025, the Pacific Mini Games in Palau. ONOC presented our strategic plan during the 2020 General Assembly. However, we're focused on Tokyo 2021 and the pandemic, which compromised our ability to carry out and execute our strategic plans, which to this day, we continue to hold our pattern due to government mandated vaccines, quarantine, flight restrictions, closure of borders, canceling many national sporting events in the respective countries. To reiterate, what we had delivered at our last General Assembly are the ONOC Solidarity programs from the administration. I'm not going to go into the dollar amount because many of you, or most of you, should have already have a copy of this. There's the administration grant, the sports development officer, equipment grants, the National Games grant. And the National Games grant is basically to support the NLC's interest in hosting a national games in their country. Olymp Oceania, 17 NLCs, 13 have completed their project, 4 are still pending. And along with the Olympic Solidarity, we also presented 2 new programs based on ONOC assessment of NLC needs on education and finance. Now, because this program is directly under ONOC, we asked OSEP to directly engage in the selection of members that will be nominated or selected by the respective NLCs. This basically goes in line with the finance officer. We wanted to make sure that the people that are being nominated are people that have these backgrounds to provide the NLC with a financial management of their. our partner. We flag ship is the 07 and then 06. 06 Representative Martin Barrows has resigned and relocated back to the U.S. We have the Athletes Commission, the Equity, Medical Commission, International Relations, Environmental or Sustainability Commission. On the Oceania Australia Foundation continues to be led by former President Kevin Gosper. We have engaged with the U.S. Olympic Committee through Carolina Bayon, where we spoke about the possibility of looking into a program with the Colorado Springs College that they have an affiliation with, the USOCP, and along with discussing with the University of Delaware that hosts the ICECP program to see if there are any link that can be associated to the scholarship. At the same time, President John Coates from the Australian Olympic Committee had suggested that ONOC approach universities in Australia as a lead up to the 2032 Brisbane Olympic Games. And the first in line with realize that in order to carry a stronger program as a lead up to the development of our athletes, we needed to try to get the OSFO and the regional federations engaged to deliver many of these programs. So we've decided at the request of President Mitchell to reinstate the regional sports grants, but it's gonna have to go through OSFO. And we will be working with Chet to develop the guidelines for that. So at some point, the Chet will be coming out with those guidelines, and then we'll be having our own meeting with the OSFO members. There has also been a regional cooperation between parties or partners with a focus of qualifying regional athletes to the Olympic Games. You know, recent news regarding many of the regional federations are starting to move many of the qualifying events out of Oceania. We're trying to find a way to reinstate that. Just with the recent news of judo, and judo gets to qualify many of the athletes in the region, but with the recent decision of the IJF of not taking into consideration the regional qualifiers is of great concern, because we want to try to qualify our athletes within our continent and not have to go outside of our continent. Guam did that in 2000. We traveled to South Africa, and it's quite an expensive exercise to do. On regional development funds, this fund is basically designed to cover the sports development officers, sports equipment grant, support ORADO, and the finance and education grant. Just want to touch on the sports equipment. You know, having reviewed 2019 and 2020 NLC budgets, you know, many of the NLCs failed to maximize the utilization of this grant, and hopefully that in the coming years that we'll be trying to fully engage with you on how best to utilize this equipment. I think some of the problems associated with the equipment acquisition is to source out the equipment and then deliver it to the smaller NOC members. And any questions? If no questions, can I get a motion to approve and accept and approve my report?
Kieran here from New Zealand, happy to move.
Thank you, Karen. Second?
PG. Greta from.
Thank you, President. All in favor, thumbs up. Thank you.
Rick, can I make a comment before you move on, since it's some referencing to your report?
Right.
Yes, please.
Rick, may I take this opportunity and acknowledge the support and assistance from IOC, and in particular with Nicole and yourself, on behalf of the members of Team Tonga here. They are still stranded in New Zealand, and also our president, board members of Tonga National Olympic Committee. We thank you very much for that. Even though that may not be able to heal our homesickness, but the support has been able to alleviate some of our needs, especially having to call home every day. So on behalf of all of us, thank you for that. And thank you also to Karen and Mike, as well as Jake from the New Zealand Olympic Committee, as well as Megan from House of Travel, for allowing and accepting us to be part of this charter flight so that we can be closer to home rather than being stranded in Tokyo or in Japan. So with these words, Rick, thank you very much for yourself and team from ONOC and IOC. Malo.
Welcome. Any other comments before I turn it over to President Mitchell?
I think Hugh was raising his hand. Hugh Graham?
All right, I can. Go ahead, Hugh.
Sorry, I was just saying good one, Taki, on our behalf. I won't repeat what he said, but I concur with what he said. Thanks for all the help.
Good luck, guys. Thank you. Doc, back to you.
Thank you very much, Rick. We'll go on to agenda item 7, which is the International Olympic Committee. And I'll refer you first to the message that's printed and that's been circulated from the IOC president with very nice pictures of the Cook Islands National Games at the time of the pandemic. So a very warm message as well. At this point, I'd like to also ask the coordinator to please play the message from President Bach.
Dear ONOC President, my dear colleague and friend Robin Mitchell, dear delegates, dear Olympic friends, Mbula Vinaka. Your General Assembly is taking place at a very timely moment, coming shortly after the great success of the Olympic Games Tokyo 2020. These were historic Olympic Games, and it took an unprecedented effort from all of us to make them happen, and to make them happen in a safe way. We could only make the first ever postponed Olympic Games a reality because of the unified support of everyone in our Olympic community. This is all the more remarkable given the many challenges we had to face in the last months of the pandemic. It was particularly challenging in Oceania, where you were facing border closures and limited flights ahead of Tokyo. In the true Olympic spirit, you helped each other in this situation. ONOC arranged a chartered flight to fly the athletes and delegations from the Solomon Islands, Tuvalu, Kiribati, and Nauru directly to Tokyo. Having athletes from all Oceania NOCs taking part in Tokyo was a major achievement and a truly fantastic demonstration that solidarity runs strong in our Olympic community. Your NOCs and all your athletes played an essential part in writing history in Tokyo. And this is something that you can all be extremely proud of. Therefore, please accept my heartfelt thanks and gratitude for your invaluable contribution to the success of these Olympic Games. The Olympic Games Tokyo 2020 were the Olympic Games of peace, hope, and solidarity. Athletes from 93 NOCs have won medals at the Olympic Games Tokyo 2020, more than at any previous Olympic Games. Your athletes were at the heart of this remarkable success story. They wrote new chapters in the sporting history of Oceania, with some performing their personal and even national bests in Tokyo. Many of the athletes from Oceania in Tokyo were supported by Olympic Solidarity scholarships, making this a truly shared success of the entire Olympic community. At this General Assembly, you can set the course for the future to ensure that your athletes are ready to continue to write the next chapter in your sporting history at the Olympic Games Paris 2024 and beyond. With the Olympic Games Brisbane 2032, the Olympic spirit is returning to you, returning to Oceania. With this, you have every opportunity to inspire the next generation of athletes with our shared Olympic values. Today, ONOC and the IOC enjoy a strong partnership. We are cooperating to promote the Olympic values, to ensure safe sport, and to put sport at the service of society. This is why I would like to congratulate the whole team at ONOC under the great leadership of your President Robin Mitchell for leading the way to promote sport and its role throughout Oceania, thereby building a better world through sport. With him, as an important member of the IOC Executive Board, you and your interests are always well represented and taken into account in all our decisions. We are happy to have such an important and reliable partner like ONOC on our side. Our close partnership is another reflection of what we have seen during this pandemic. Whether in sport or in the many challenges in life, we are always stronger together. As countries around the world are starting the long journey of recovery from the pandemic, your General Assembly is also sending an important message. Sport and athletes everywhere are ready to contribute to rebuild a more human-centered and more inclusive society. In this Olympic spirit, I wish you fruitful discussions and a successful annual General Assembly, and I hope to see you very soon again in person, maybe at your next General Assembly of ONOC in Oceania. All the very best.
We will duly pass on the messages from this meeting to President Bak when Hopefully we meet in 2 weeks' time in Greece. But in the meantime, we'll continue with our very best friends in the IOC, James McLeod and Nicole Girard-Savoy. Good morning to James and Nicole. Can I ask you to take the floor and present on Olympic Solidarity, our favorite commission?
Mine too, Robin. Good morning, everyone, from a relatively cold Lausanne. I'm joined today by Nicole and Niels. And first of all, I'd just like to say congratulations on your 40th anniversary. It really is a great milestone. And we've been pleased to be with you throughout this time. You referenced Olympic Solidarity right at the beginning, Robin. And I'll try and find out from my colleagues how much money was given to ONOC in those very first days. It's also a pleasure to be here at this second virtual meeting. I'm trying to be in the kind of Bula shirt as much as I can, but here it is getting cold. We had the first snow on the mountains a couple of days ago. As Robin also mentioned, we'll be providing a fuller report to all the National Olympic Committees during the ONOC General Assembly in a couple of weeks' time. I do realize quite a few of you won't be there, unfortunately, but we'll be giving a lot more details there. So today we'll just give you some of the high-level points, if that's okay. So we can go to the next slide, which is linked to Tokyo. We have gone through a very complicated 18 months, which really have, we can go back a slide maybe. Well, it's a picture, to be honest, which culminated in a really spectacular Olympic Games in Tokyo. We do realize they were very, very different games, but we were very happy to see that the athletes really were able to perform at their best for the games, and that we were able to spend a bit of time with you, the National Olympic Committees. We had promised in those 18 months to deliver safe and secure games, and the statistics of how well this worked were really astounding in terms of the number of cases, positive cases that were detected, and the close contacts Rick mentioned before, some of the false positives. It was a very, very complicated games to organize, and we really couldn't have done that without the help of the Japanese government and authorities and the organizing committee there. So it really was a tough games, but we're very happy that they were delivered successfully. Now, really, none of that could have happened without your help, you, the NOCs, being there, being flexible, being looking at all these different ways of operating, all the tests you had to do, all the playbooks you had to read, etc. So thank you for doing that work. Your chef de missions and COVID liaison officers really were outstanding. Robin mentioned before John Coates as the chair of our coordination commission. He really did an outstanding job in really being the ambassador of the IOC and the whole movement vis-a-vis the Japanese partners that we had, to make sure that what was needed was provided. And he really went in and fought for everything that you saw at the games. But I'd be remiss of me not also to mention our boss, Robin, who was co-chair of the NOC and Athletes Working Group in the Coordination Commission with Kirsty Coventry. And I can't understate how much work Robin and Kirsty did as well on your behalf. Rick mentioned the ONOC work pre-games. The president did too. And thank you for your thanks, but also thanks to ONOC and the team, because really, as the president mentioned, it really was a true sign of solidarity amongst NOCs and as a continent came together to make sure your athletes could get there. One of the biggest excitements, I think, coming out of Tokyo was the election of Brisbane as the host of the Olympic Games for 2032. And as the president said, this is another opportunity for the Games to come to Oceania. And I'd just like to place on record congratulations. You may have received some information yesterday that Alvita and Baklai have been nominated as members of the Coordination Commission. So congratulations to them, and Alvita, Baklai, you know that we're here to help if you have any questions on that. If we can go to the next slide, please. The next slide is just a summary of the scholarship holders, because there's quite a few statistics on that. But in Oceania, there were a number of scholarship holders that were at the Games in Tokyo. As you know, we invested a lot of money into the extension of the scholarship program when the postponement happened, and also for the team support grants. And that all of those postponement funds were approved by the Olympic Solidarity Commission and were available to the National Olympic Committees. And Nicole will give you a bit more information on that later on. But the scholarships really did make a difference across the world. There you have a comparison between the total number of scholarships that were allocated and that participated in the Games, and including their medals and those from Oceania. We will try and do better for Paris. The Paris program has just been launched, and so please make your applications for that. And then obviously, if we go to the next slide, in terms of team support grants, huge congratulations to Fiji ladies rugby that won the bronze medal, but also to softball who were supported through the team support grant program and won a diploma at the Games. On the next slide, not many of the NOCs are concerned about this, but I just wanted to show you a picture of Beijing under the snow. That we do have the Beijing Games coming up, and a lot of work is going into that. If we can go again to the next slide, we've started. We had started before Tokyo the work towards Beijing. If we can just go to the next slide, please. We will be releasing a playbook for those NOCs that are participating on the 22nd of October, and you'll have received a letter from myself following the IOC Executive Board decisions that were made on some of the key principles. A lot of learnings came from the Tokyo Games relating to the operations and relating to vaccinations, to travel, etc., etc. And those have all been confirmed by the IOC Executive Board. So the main information on that will be released on the 22nd of October for any of those of you that are participating. A couple of things I do want to point out that will be of interest to everyone is specifically the new accreditation category for the athlete welfare officer that was approved by the IOC Executive Board. Why I'm saying this is because it's very linked to the programs that we are doing for safeguarding and mental health. We noticed in Tokyo that this is a really high priority for national Olympic committees at the moment. Well, not at the moment, going forward, it will be something that will stay, no doubt, for the Paris Games. So that is a positive thing that the IOC Executive Board supported in full for the Beijing Games, and we'll see how that works for Paris. So that can be something exciting for you guys. If we go to the next slide, please. Just a reminder, I'm not going to go through this list, but Olympic Agenda 2020+5 is our main strategic roadmap going forward until 2025. There are 15 recommendations in there. And why I put this up here is I do want to encourage you all to read it. It was published in the middle of last year. And for those of you that haven't read it, it's a good opportunity to have a look at this and align, where possible, your national strategies or strategic roadmaps to some of the ideas that you can find in Olympic Agenda 2020+5. There's a lot of things that are relevant there for you. And in particular, if we go to the next slide, there's elements within Olympic Agenda 2020+5 that relate directly to the National Olympic Committees and that you will be seeing a bit more of in the next couple of years. For example, we're looking at how we encourage the road, how we promote the road to the Olympic Games, and we'll be looking at what is called the Olympic Urban Series, which draws upon some of the learnings from the Buenos Aires Urban Park, which was a huge success for the Youth Olympic Games. And we want to see how we can maybe use some of the new sports to have a different kind of qualification pathway for athletes for the Olympic Games in Paris. The Olympic Virtual Series, you'll have seen stuff on this in the second half of the year. It really is there to create a stage to connect that physical world with the virtual and simulation sports gaming communities. And it really provides that link between the Olympic movement and the virtual world. Olympism 365 is a strategy that will be discussed next week at the IOC Executive Board. And it's really relating to how we connect with people with Olympic values everywhere and every day. Is the social development arm of the International Olympic Committee, but it will certainly have a big impact on the way we do our work with the NOCs, and in particular how Nicole and Niels, for example, in the areas that they manage relating to the promotion of Olympic values, how that will work and how we can support the NOCs better in this area. The global hospitality model, you will have seen letters from myself before the Tokyo Games, and there will be additional contacts from our colleagues in TMS and Lenny Abbey, who many of you know, in the next few days, because a number of contracts have been sent out relating to this. Just to be very clear on this is a new model that will really be a bit of a win-win situation for everyone. It does impact on the way you've traditionally done your work with ATRs, and it is a completely new model. But it is something that we all have to do together. It is a very good program that's available to everyone, and we're at your disposal if you have any questions on it. But it will change the way that you have done your work in the past. The digital engagement, we will continue to make sure that NOCs have access to more digital content as possible. The Refugee Olympic Team was a great success in Tokyo in terms of the visibility it gave the refugee problem across the world, and we'll be continuing that for the Paris Games. In terms of corporate citizenship, we'll continue to support you, the NOCs, in developing sustainable sports worldwide, foster gender equality and inclusion in the NOCs and as organizations. And then obviously good governance is a cornerstone of everything we do. So those are the areas that you'll be seeing a bit more of in the next couple of years, and you will also be hearing a bit more about this during the ONOC General Assembly. If we go to the next slide, please. The next slide is quite simple in terms of NOC relations. There is just one point I do want to point out is the Olympic Festival, which was a new program severely impacted by COVID across the world. It was we were ready to launch it a lot more than having just 10 NOCs organize Olympic festivals, but we were pleased that Australia was able to do quite a few activations within Australia during the Tokyo Games, and specifically around the announcement of Brisbane. Robin and Rick mentioned the governance and institutional relations. Jérôme Pavet in my team is at your disposal, as always, for all the governance related matters. We do know it's election season. This year we've had many elections across the Olympic movement, and obviously we're available for any support that you may need there. And so with that, I will pass to Nicole for the next couple of slides on Olympic solidarity.
Thank you very much, James. Thank you for the slides. So now moving towards the Olympic solidarity matters. Our new 2021-2024 Olympic solidarity plan has been approved in November 2020 with a total budget of $590 million. This approval has been a very positive signal, knowing that we were in a period of uncertainties due to the pandemic. This year, it has unfortunately not been possible to organize our traditional Olympic solidarity forums introducing our new plan, and we replaced the forums by a series of webinars through which we aimed to present the opportunities available to your national Olympic committees during this 4-year period. The webinars have been recorded, and those recordings have been posted on a dedicated page on the NOC net, so you can at any time listen to the presentation again. This new plan has also seen the launch of the new Olympic Solidarity online platform called Relay. This is a new interactive tool with you in terms of application and reporting, and where you can also find our program guidelines as well as different resources. Specific webinars have been organized for you to familiarize with this new tool. The team, for sure, in Lausanne has been at your disposal to respond to your queries and helping to solve any problems you may have faced. For your information, Relay's users survey will be launched next week, next Tuesday. And I invite you also to respond to this survey because this will help us to further improve the platform. Also, for your information, refresher webinars delivered by our NOC Information Services team will be organized in November, and you will receive very soon, or in the coming days, the invitations to attend these seminars. There is a new requirement for this plan linking the annual review with the administrative subsidy. So when you will apply for the administrative subsidy on Relay, you will also have to complete or to update your NOC annual review. This is a condition to benefit from this subsidy. The information provided through the annual review really enables Olympic Solidarity to offer a more targeted assistance to the national Olympic committees, thanks also to the better understanding of your structure and the environment in which you operate. Moreover, also the data collected through the annual review will serve as a baseline for the monitoring and evaluation of the Olympic Solidarity programs. For your information, the 2022 annual review will be available in Relay on 1st January. The administrative subsidy of $45,000 may be accessed by all national Olympic committees. But I would like to remind you that to further help the NOCs that are mostly dependent on Olympic Solidarity funds as main source of revenues, an additional funds of $15,000 are available. To be eligible, we have defined some criteria or conditions that you can find in the program guidelines. Concerning the Olympic Games subsidies Tokyo, well, James mentioned already the extension of the program for the athletes by 1 year. And thanks also to the decision taken by our Olympic Solidarity Commission, chaired by Dr. Mitchell, we had also this additional subsidy called the postponement subsidy to help the NOCs for all the additional cost incurred due to the postponement of the games, but also for the cost to be covered due to the playbook and the measures to be taken. And I'm really sorry for our Tongan friends and Cook friends that are still in quarantine, and I hope that you will soon be again with your family. And it's true that thanks also to this postponement subsidy, Olympic Solidarity was able to help a certain number of NOCs for different reasons and different costs for these games. Otherwise, concerning the subsidies for Tokyo, it's just to mention that the deadline to send us the financial reports for your air tickets, the games operation subsidy and pre-games training camps, as well as for sure the postponement subsidy, is the 31st October. So I invite you to provide us your reports by the end of the month. In a few months, and as it has been mentioned by James, we will have the Winter Olympic Games in Beijing. So here again, Olympic Solidarity will offer subsidies, and the different subsidies have already been announced, and the guidelines are available on Relay. For your information, further details will be published very soon. Concerning the athletes scholarships programs, Tokyo, well, the program is over. So if you haven't submitted your final reports as well as any qualification travel subsidy request, I'll ask you to send us the reports or to send us your request urgently. Beijing, the program is drawing to a close by February 2022. Nothing particular to mention. We just asked the NOCs concerned by this program to continue to submit their reports. And Paris, we're pleased to inform you that the Olympic Scholarships for Athletes Paris 2024 program is now available on Relay. So we invite you to consult the program guidelines since a number of important changes have been made to the program. First, scholarships starts on 1st January 2022, and to be part of this allocation, you should apply by 31st October. So the deadline is quite soon. And for the details on application, again, please refer to the Paris Scholarships launch news on the NOCnet and Relay. May I ask you for the next slide, please? Thank you. Included in the 21-24 Olympic Solidarity Plan is the budget of 25 million US dollars allocated to ONOC for the continent-specific programs, which represents an increase of 14% in comparison with the previous plan. You will already be aware that the NOC's activities budget has increased from 100,000 to 125,000 US dollars per year, which represents a significant 25% increase, and that this budget is managed by ONOC via Relay. Just like Olympic Solidarity rolled out its world programs in different seminars, ONOC has organized also information and awareness sessions for you, detailing how to benefit from their program, from the continental programs. Keeping in mind also that both the continental and world programs are flexible and allow for adaptations depending on the COVID-19 situation in your respective country. For the moment in Relay, you have access to the world programs as well as to the continental program NOC's activities, or what you called NAP. We are pleased to announce that all ONOC programs will be available on Relay as of 2022, so that we have all programs under the same roof. To do so, we are currently working with the ONOC team to define the needs for each continental program, and we will start very soon the testing to be ready by January 2022. So I take this opportunity also here to thank the ONOC staff for their availability and for their great cooperation. Finally, a few words to congratulate ONOC on the leadership in many areas, such as Olympic values and government relations, communications, and education, with your flagship OSEP program, which is increasingly also becoming integrated with IOC educational material. Your great advances in these areas have not gone unnoticed. We would like to thank ONOC and the Oceanian National Olympic Committees for your hard work relating to your participation in Tokyo. We are fully aware that it has represented a lot of challenges and sacrifices. And on a personal level, I can tell you that it was really very, very good to see you physically in Tokyo. And I would like to thank you for the time you have dedicated for our individual meetings in Tokyo, but also that the time that we have spent together there. So this concludes our report. And of course, we are here and we'll be happy to respond to any of your questions. Thank you.
Thank you very much, James and Nicole, for the extensive presentation on Olympic solidarity. Are there any questions from the floor? We'll wait a few more minutes, but so far no questions. A question from Hugh Graham, Cook Islands.
Henry Graham. Thank you, Dr. Mitchell. Just a comment to James and Nicole to say thank you very much for the postponement subsidy that you're offering. Unfortunately, from what I understand from our Secretary General, this is going to be quite high for us. As I mentioned in the group chat, 13 weeks and 2 days when we finally get home on Friday the 15th. So with your blessing, we want to give you a true cost like Taki will in terms of the long delay in getting home. But we just want to acknowledge your support, and also through Dr. Mitchell and Uncle Rick, can I also acknowledge your support for the Cook Islands Games that was held last year. Your support on a shoestring budget to produce a magnificent games was a very, very a strong message to our community. And this was relayed by our Prime Minister, his first engagement. A lot of us will recall he used to be our Minister of Sports, Mark Brown, the Honourable Mark Brown. Even he said it brought our country together, our small country. So we want to say me taki mata, and thank you very much for your support in this regard. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Hugh, and it was a great games. We've got your former Prime Minister in Suva at the moment, so we'll keep tabs on him and keep you updated. Any other questions from the floor? No, doesn't seem so. Thank you very much, Nicole and James. We'll bid you good night, and thank you very much for all your support for our NOCs within the region. Mother.
Thank you. Thank you.
Doc, can I just step in real quick?
Go ahead, Rick.
Yeah, just do a correction on the dates of the Pacific mini games in Saipan. The date is still the same. It's going to be in June 17th to the 25th. Thank you.
Thank you, Rick. We're moving on to IOC commissions, and we have just the one report from Ovita. The report has been circulated, and it's on the preparations or the Coordination Commission for Paris update. Ovita, would you like to make some comments, or you're just happy with tabling the report?
Thank you, Doc. I'm sure, as Doc has mentioned, the report's out there, shared with everyone. Please take the time to go through it if you haven't. It's an update from the Paris 2024 Coordination Commission. There's one thing that I'd like to bring to your attention in that report is the pre-games training camps. Paris 2024 has launched their website, allowing NOCs to browse and select from 770 possible training camps in every region of France. So with our focus and attention now on Paris 2024 and our preparations for our athletes and teams, this is an opportunity to look into pre-games training camps. So that's just one of the key things that I just wanted to highlight. Otherwise, everything else is in the report. Thank you, Doc.
Thanks very much, Ovita, and congratulations on your appointment to the Brisbane Coordination Commission together with Buckley.
Thank you.
Any comments on Ovita's report that's been circulated? If not, I'll hand the floor to ONOC.
Thank you very much, Doc. Ladies and gentlemen, we will just, for our communication purposes, we'll just facilitate a very quick group photo, like we did last year. And based on the numbers, we have a total of 3 frames to work through. So we'll do the first frame. What I'll ask you to do is if you could keep your cameras on, if you can stay looking down your camera and give us a big smile, and our team down the back will take a screenshot. Once we go through the first frame, then we'll move to the second frame and then the third. Again, it's for our meeting record, but also for the media release that we'll send out at the end of today. So the first frame, everyone looking down the camera. If we can just have everyone looking down the camera with a big smile, and then I'll go through from the first to the third. So we're taking the first frame now. If everyone can just stay smiling, looking down. Tech team, let me know when I can move on. Thank you. We'll move to the next frame now. And big smiles, and we'll take it in 3, 2, and 1. Done. Thank you. And we'll move to the last frame now. There you go, looking down the camera, and big smiles in 3, 2. Down the bottom. I think we'll keep it there. Those are just additional sign-in, so yeah. So just the last frame, please. Big smiles coming through from your respective countries. In 3, 2, and done. Thank you very much. Over to you, Doc Vinaka.
Thank you very much. We have on the agenda a report on the games of the Tokyo Olympiad. I don't, Rick, do we have any documentation on that?
Excuse me, Doc, I did send through a report from the IOC Commission for Women in Sport. I sent it through to Melly. Sorry to interrupt.
Thank you very much, Helen. Can I pass the floor to you?
Yeah, thank you. I did have a couple of slides that I sent through, so I'm not sure what's happened to those. But just quickly, I just wanted to touch on Tokyo 2020, and this report is from the IOC Women in Sport Commission.
Just pulling up your slides. Sorry? It's Inoke here. We're pulling up your slides now.
Great.
So you can keep going
okay.
once we have it online.
My face.
Nice to see you on screen. Thank you.
Oh no, it's not that one. It's the last two. The IOC one. But overall, the participation by women was 48.8%, which almost reached 50%, which is fantastic. And across most sports, there was a gender balance of 50-50, sports for men and women. And what the IOC want to do is achieve gender parity for all sports for Paris 2024. So there's a few sports who've got some work to do, and the IOC are working with them to make sure that happens, which is really good. With the flag bearers, the overall 89% of NOCs complied with the flag bearer recommendation, and I know that was hard. Just flip through those. No, that's it. Thank you.
Yeah.
Back to that one you just showed with the flame. So 89% of NOCs had female flag bearers. It was male and female, and I know that was difficult for some of our countries because you only had very, very small numbers, and so often you only had men on your team and no women, and so therefore you couldn't have a female flag bearer, of course. So I think 89% was a good result, and hopefully for Paris we'll have bigger teams and we won't have the problems with getting there. And the mixed gender events were quite successful. But the main thing I want to share with you, and that's the next slide, please, is they've only just come out, the IOC gender equality and inclusion objectives for 2021-24, and this is part of the recommendation 13 of the Olympic Gender 2020+5 that James spoke about. And the intent is that for 2030 to encourage and support the Olympic movement in fostering gender equal and inclusive sport. And so equality and inclusion should underpin all that you do as an NOC, as a sports federation, and as a continental association, underpin everything that ONOC does. And so I've just pulled out, there's implications for the IOC that they've listed, and there's implications for the NOCs and for the national sports federations. And these are the main ones, that they want equal participation from grassroots to high performance sport, that the opportunities are there for men and women to compete, that on all the decision-making bodies, your executive boards, you should have a gender balance representation. And I know that many of you have held your elections quite recently, but I hope that if you don't have a gender balance in your decision-making bodies or in your executive boards, that you do something about it, because the IOC are looking at a minimum target of 30% women's representation, and that's a minimum. So I know quite a few of our NOCs have 50%, which is fantastic, or they're in the 40%. So you're doing a great job there. The safeguarding policies, which we've talked about before, they want those to be implemented, and that is making sure that sport is safe for women and girls and for all of our athletes, basically. There's a focus on increasing the number of women coaches and technical officials, because the data from Tokyo showed that there were quite a small number of women coaches and technical officials. The technical officials was a little bit better because they've been working with the international federations to try and ensure that they had a gender balance. But there is a great need to increase women's coaches, and I think that's something that we can work on in Oceania, as well as the technical officials. That's probably a bit easier, but the coaches is difficult. And also getting athletes who might progress to become coaches. And so there's a lot of opportunities there. in all of the communication that we have, and I know that Enoki and his team and Melly in the ONOC office have been very good at this, that gender equal practices should be portrayed in all of the communications that are sent out. So that, and so we have gender equality and inclusion underwriting all of that. To help with that, the IOC portrayal guidelines have been recently updated and are available as well. And there should also be gender equality in resource allocation. So if you're giving well, let's not get too high, say $1,000 to the men's team, you give $1,000 to the women's team to upgrade their facilities or help with their travel or whatever. So the IOC are going to monitor and measure the progress made towards this. So I think we all need to look at them. And if you haven't seen them, the ONOC office in Fiji have copies that you could ask them, or you could contact me and I'll send you copies of both the objectives, the gender equality and inclusion objectives, and the IOC portrayal guidelines. So they're both available. So if there's any questions, let me know, or if you need copies, let me know as well, or the ONOC office. So that's all. Thank you very much, Mr. President.
Thank you very much, Helen. Are there any questions or comments of Helen? No, nothing from the floor, Helen. Thank you very much for that report. So we'll now move on to agenda item 8, and that's the reports from the ONOC commissions. And I'd like to invite Caro Lelai of the Athletes Commission. And the report is agenda item 8A. There's quite an extensive paperwork that has been circulated. So the floor is yours, Caro.
Thank you, Doc, President, and thank you, everyone. Can you hear me okay?
Yep.
Thank you. I do not propose to go through all of the papers. I'd really just like to focus on 4 points, which are more looking forward. What's in the reports, I guess, are more historical information on what we've done to date. So firstly, I'd like to advise everybody that the Executive Board, in its last meeting, approved the new terms of reference for the ONOC Athletes Commission. There will be official communication that will come through President and Secretary General to all the NOC, of course, attaching a copy of the new TOR, and more importantly, advising on elections that will need to be held to elect new members to the Athletes Commission. And we have staggered the terms of the members of the commission to ensure that we don't lose one whole group of leaders in one go. We'll be implementing the changes or the elections in a manner that certain number of positions come up for elections during certain events that are tied to the sports calendar here in Oceania. We had intended to hold an athletes forum in the last quarter of this year in December, and that's the usual Oceania Athlete Forum that we hold every 2 years with the support of Olympic Solidarity, of course. Unfortunately, I've been discussing with the athletes department within the IOC, and they are an important stakeholder. We need their input and collaboration and cooperation to deliver the forum, of course. They're quite busy with the upcoming Beijing Games, so we'll be having a discussion involving Olympic Solidarity as well in the coming weeks about when to actually hold this forum, and it'll definitely be during the first half of 2022. We'll come back to everybody with an actual date. During that forum, there will be two positions from the athletes commissions that will become available for elections, and again, the nomination process will commence with official communication that comes from our president and secretary general to everybody. I wanted to touch also on strategic objectives for the Athletes Commission next year. As with everyone else, the previous strategic objectives that we had set for our commission were impacted by the coronavirus pandemic, and we really had to be flexible and be able to change and adjust and deal with the different issues and changing circumstances that came up. And we spent a good part of last year and the time leading up to the Olympic Games dealing with all these various athlete issues to get athletes to the games, etc. But moving forward and aligned with the agenda relating to reinforcing athletes' rights and responsibilities, we are looking at, of course, implementing our new terms of reference as a strategic objective. That's the first one. The second one is something that we'll need assistance from all the NOCs on, and that's to support athletes' commissions to go digital. The experience that the ONOC AC has had in the past 1.5 years to 2 years as a result of borders being closed is we've really struggled to communicate effectively with our athletes commissions within the region. And I think it is time that we all need to work together to encourage our athlete leaders to embrace digitization and get communicated to the rest of the world. A lot of our athletes are missing out on webinars and all this great information that's available online. And we are also struggling to communicate with our athletes commissions, especially when it comes to sending out surveys or getting feedback on queries that come out from the IOCAC, for example. In order for our athletes to have a voice, they must become part of the digital world. And this is something that the ONOC AC will start looking at and trying to identify means and ways to achieve that. Our last strategic objective is to enhance and support the effectiveness of missions. And at this juncture, I'd like to acknowledge our most active athletes commissions according to our records: the New Zealand Athlete Commission, the Australian Athlete Commission, Fiji, of course, Papua New Guinea, and Kiribati has been very active in recent times, thanks to Tokanata over there. However, many of other ACs seem to have, or maybe not as active as they usually would be. Again, maybe coronavirus is the reason why. So it's timely that we all start looking at means and ways to assist and support all our athletes commissions to adjust, make changes, and find ways to still be active and serve athletes in the respective countries. If you're not aware, there was a recent change to the Olympic Charter requiring all NOCs to establish an athletes commission, and for athlete commission reps, elected representatives, to be included in assemblies and also in the executive board of every NOC. If you're unsure about anything to do with athletes commissions in this regard, please feel free to reach out and we'll see how we can assist you or give you some advice. James Tompkins from Australia, who has now ceased as a member of the IOCAC and therefore also ceased as a member of the ONOC Athletes Commission. James was a very, very active athlete representative, and he did a lot of very good work. And I've already said thanks to him through the commission, but I also wanted to mention that here again today with all of you, just to acknowledge all of the effort and great work that James put in. We've gone through a bit of rebranding, and we have a new Voices of the Athlete logo, which we've quietly put through and gotten approved. We also, thanks to the Secretariat and in particular our comms team, have a great microsite on the ONOC website, and we request again the support of all NOC executive boards. Please encourage your athletes commissions to go onto that website. There is a lot of useful and valuable information on the website, including information on all the grants that are available through Olympic Solidarity or ONOC AC or otherwise. It's all set out there with links to the Athlete 365 website and wherever else you would need to go. So thanks to our comms team, we have made it a lot easier for our athletes commissions to have access to this information. But again, it comes back to my point about our athlete leaders going digital. My last point is just a quick brief on the other hats I wear as a result of being the chair of the ONOC AC. As you know, I'm on the ONOC Athletes Commission and also as chair. One thing I've been driving at that level over the past couple of years is for all of the continental athletes commissions to revise and review their terms of references. And that was aimed at ensuring that our athlete leaders are comprised in the majority of elected leaders. And I'm pleased to say that all of the continents, including Oceania, have now achieved that objective. The ONOC Athletes Commission is also looking at new strategic objectives going forward, and those will be announced in Greece during the ONOC General Assembly. With the IOC Athletes Commission, as you know, I'm the Oceania liaison. There's a lot of information that comes out. We have statements that are issued after every meeting call. One of the current topics of discussion is around an athlete inclusion and fairness framework. And this addresses the topic of transgender and I guess sexual characteristics with our athletes. So that's ongoing work being led by the IOC and into which the IOC Athletes Commission is feeding its input. I'd like to thank, as always, the ONOC Secretariat, our President, Vice President, Secretary General, and Board for the continued support for the Athletes Commission and the work that we do. Thank you also to the Athletes Department, Kaveh and his team within the IOC, Olympic Solidarity through James and Nicole, and everybody else that's been involved with supporting the Athletes Commission today. And as always, if anyone has any queries or suggestions for the Athletes Commission, please feel free to send those through to me. And I'm available if anyone has any questions. Thank you, President.
Thank you very much, Caro, for the report, and I'm glad that you took up the other hats that you wear to report to the meeting. Questions for Caro on the ONOC, ANOC, and IOC Athletes Commission?
Just a comment, Doc.
Go ahead, Rick.
Just a reminder to all the NLCs that are coming up and possibly changing leadership in the coming months or first part of the year. The Athletes Commission outline, if you're not quite sure, the IOC has a template regarding the establishing of a IOC or an Athletes Commission within the framework of the NLC. It's really important to recognize the autonomy of the autonomy of the Athletes Commission, and that should not have the influence of an NLC or any parts of the NLC executive, because they, after all, it's designed for the athletes to start moving ahead and making decisions that best suits their interests and not the interests of our leadership. But we'll focus on the Olympic movement. So I just wanted to, if those that don't have a copy of the Athletes Commission template, let me know and we'll send you a copy of that. And it's approved by the IOC, and it was originally sent by Jerome Povey from the NLC services. Thank you.
Tim.
Thank you, Rick. Just a reminder to all NOCs as well that there is a grant from Olympic Solidarity for the Athletes Commission, but you can also get support through Caro and the ONOC Athletes Commission as well. We're not getting the uptake of the international offer, and I would urge you to work with your commissions to get the ball rolling, so to speak. Any other questions of Caro? No, there doesn't appear to be any questions. Thank you very much, Caro, and all the best in your new job back at home. I believe John Coates has been on the Zoom. I'll see whether we can locate him and invite him to take the floor.
Can you hear me, Robin?
Yes, loud and clear. Welcome, John.
Thank you very much, and hello, everyone. I've been with you from the start, but not fully with you. It's part of what they call statutory senility. But I wanted to first say a few things. I've got the report to provide of the IOC Legal Affairs Commission, but I would like also to thank you, Robin, Rick, James McLeod and others for your very kind comments about how we were able to manage to deliver the Tokyo 2020 Games. As you've heard, there'll be a fuller report from that prepared and presented to the IOC Executive Board in December, and then it will be shared with the National Olympic Committees inevitably. But as you've all said, I think we can be very proud of the way the Olympic movement came together to deliver the first ever postponed Games in the face of a pandemic, and the way we stayed solid when there were so many voices calling for the Games to be postponed and so forth. So thank you for all your extra efforts for your teams to participate, and for all of us. The reward for all of the work that went into it was what we saw with the athletes participating and the enjoyment that they derived, including from being in the village and every other aspect of the game. So thank you very much. Thank you also for the kind comments about the election of Brisbane 2032. The Australian Olympic Committee and the other members of the Olympic leadership group made a big thing in our presentations to the Future Host Commission that these would be Oceania's games, and this weighed very heavily on that commission, I can tell you. We had questions as to, well, what does that mean, and whatever. We were able to recite some of the initiatives that we'd undertaken in the lead up to Sydney, and more recently in the lead up to the Commonwealth Games on the Gold Coast. And so there are commitments there to make these the Oceania Games and to look after the Oceania teams in the lead up to the Games, and not just the pre-Games preparation. So that's something that's very important. And I think that's something that's also been recognised by the IOC president in his appointment of Avita and Backlie to the coordination commission for these games. That only happened 2 days ago, and I got a great thrill. Obviously, we talked about this, but it really was important that Backlie and Avita be on that commission. And to them, I've written to you both, but I wanted to personally say that and how pleased I am and how much I'm looking forward to working with you. It's worth noting, particularly after Helen Brownlee's comments on gender equality and commissions and all of those things, and that of this commission of 12, it's being led by Kirsty Coventry, 37 years old. Anita de France is there to provide her 35 years of Olympic IOC membership and other experience. Every other member on this committee was elected to the IOC after 2013. And of the total composition of 12, 7 of them are female, 7 of them. And it's a very, very impressive group. And I hope that the 5 men on the committee don't feel overawed and that they are not backward in speaking up whenever they need to. But we've got it's a very strong committee. Mikey Kiwenka, who's known to us from the Philippines, is also there. Princess Bandar from Saudi. Dagmar Witt, who a lot of you work with in ONOC, is there. Anyway, it's the new athlete, Federica Pellegrini, the Italian swimmer. It's a colossal group and a dynamic group is the way that Kirsty has regarded it. She'll do a great job. In terms of our promises to help you from Oceania, I've already been contacted by Duncan Free, who heads up the high performance unit at the Griffith University, and he's wanting to re-establish everything that was his university did for in the lead up to the Commonwealth Games. And I think that consistent with the report that you've had on the Oceania Australia Foundation, there are other universities all across Queensland who will be very interested to help partner you, not only in helping you when you come to Queensland with your teams, but I think what you should be looking for them is for them to provide input in your countries in sports science and medicine and those sorts of things. And I think the foundation will inevitably have to start thinking about its scholarship money being directed more locally, and I think that'll get a good result. So that's it. The organising committee, the legislation will go to Parliament next month. Each of the stakeholders have commented on the draft. The AOC and the IOC have. It's a large organising committee with the representation from the 3 levels of government, AOC, Paralympic Committee, and any IOC members in Australia. And then there will be 5 independent members, including an independent president and a First Nations person who will be, there'll be a recruitment company contracted to look for these independent persons and they will then be subject to a joint appointment by the Prime Minister and the Premier. The Premier, Anastasia Palaszczuk, also in the last week showed the importance she places and her government places on these games by taking the position herself as Premier and Minister for the Olympics. And she's given 3 other members of her government ministerial positions, not just on this committee, but in the Olympic Coordination Authority that will deal with the infrastructure and plus in investment and things like that. So it's a massive commitment by all of our levels of government, and we'll hold them to the commitments that they have made. So that's a very quick run through of where we stand. What I'd like them to do is just, while I'm here, and that's to give you the report on the Legal Affairs Commission and Caro. There've been changes to the Olympic Charter. Caro, importantly, emphasised the changes that were made concerning the requirement for all NOCs to have elected representatives and elected athletes commissions, and please take some time to look at those and treat them seriously. I think we've even put a timeline on that. We have had 2 very big issues with 2 of our major sports, boxing and weightlifting. Of course, weightlifting is so important in Oceania. And in the case of weightlifting, there were doping issues, governance issues, and the IOC Executive Board was not satisfied that they were being properly addressed. And after having given something like 5 directions to the International Weightlifting Federation that didn't get there, we, on the last few days of the IOC session in Tokyo, amended the Olympic Charter to give the session, the full membership, the power to remove a sport from the program of the Olympic Games, and to give the Executive Board the power to suspend a sport. Pretty serious stuff. And not just for non-compliance with the Charter, not just for non-compliance with anti-doping, or manipulation of competitions, but also for tarnishing the reputation of the Olympic movement. And so you know that, you may not know, weightlifting is currently suspended, and it's adopted a new constitution. It is now going through the election of new office bearers, and the IOC Executive Board is very carefully monitoring this and will very carefully monitor who is elected. Essentially, we think it needs a new group of people to run the sport. And so the time is ticking in respect of Paris, but the signs are there that the message has been taken, and that the Constitution, I hope the amendments are satisfactory, and I hope that the new people who will run the sport will be okay. The other sport is another sport that's pretty important, I think. That's very important, the sport of boxing. It's a sport that offers an opportunity for kids across a wide demographic, a wide socio-economic demographic, and in my country too, a very good opportunity for Indigenous kids as well as everyone else. And so it had problems with the manipulation of competitions. The IOC basically ran the boxing in Tokyo as an administrator would, and we monitored we had an accounting firm come in, and there was a system of monitoring the results. We think that's there. but we've noted some changes to the constitution, but we have very real concerns about the president who's been proposed and about his suitability to lead and be involved in the Olympic movement. So they're strong words, but not words that will cause me any problem in defamation, because they're true. And so we'll see what happens there. But again, we need to really sort this sport out so that it can take its proper place in the Olympic movement. The other work of the Legal Affairs Commission was to assist the Athletes Commission and the Executive Board in the deliberations over protests and demonstrations under Rule 50.2 of the Charter. And you know that we, the athletes of the world, and many National Olympic Committees, athletes commissions, were strong in the view that that freedom of expression is critically important, but there shouldn't be any opportunity to cause problems on the podiums or demonstrations in the field of play. As the games approached, though, we saw some expressions on the field of play in football competitions in Europe before the competition started, and we thought that was reasonable. And so you would have all been aware that for those that you particularly had teams, or you'd be aware that we did open up the opportunity for expression, for freedom of expression. And there was still a disciplinary commission, but a couple of matters were referred to it, but there were apologies in a few instances and other things, and so there's nothing that's hanging over from any disciplinary matters. And I think we can be very proud that the games went ahead, and the enjoyment of athletes who were receiving medals or had the opportunity to play wasn't prejudiced by others who had some strong beliefs and wanted to demonstrate in respect to them. I think it went very well. So I thank the athletes, Caro, for the guidance you gave us there. So they were the major changes. And I'd be happy to take any questions in respect of any of that. Thank you, Mr. President. And Mr. President, let me say too that I really enjoyed your potted history of ONOC, the first 40 years, and because I can remember most of it, but it is something, and I hope that that's going to be recorded in our history. You've said it will be. And this has been a very good meeting, your report, Rick's report, and the other reports, and I commend everyone now responsible for Oceania. I get the comments from the IOC staff just how well we all are organised here and what an example we are to other regions of the work. So all of you in the administration can take a bow. I'm very proud to be a part of ONOC. Thank you.
Thank you very much, John, and I'm sorry that you had to hide in the shadows for a while, but I think we're both in the same level of pre-senile, whatever, with technology. But I'm glad that we found you and brought you on board. But thanks very much for the comments and for your report. I think for our members, particularly the interest in weightlifting and boxing, an update there. So thank you. Now we're going to move to New Zealand to see whether Dr. Chris Milne is available. Chris is conducting live examinations for specialists, and he's stepped out to try and answer any questions. So hopefully we've got it coordinated. Is Chris still online, Melly?
Greetings, Mr. President.
Oh, Bulla,
thank you very
Chris.
much for welcoming me. Yes, and I appreciate the flexibility of ONOC in allowing me a bit of time out to examine these young doctors who are all in the position of potentially being able to provide care for our athletes at future major events. So your flexibility is much appreciated.
Thanks, Chris. And Chris has provided a report which has been circulated. If you have any questions, Chris is available to answer. Otherwise, he might make some comments on the other hats that he wears with ONOC Medical Commission as well. No questions.
No questions. I thought I might just highlight a few things in my reports. Is that appropriate, Mr. President?
Yes, go ahead.
So firstly, I'd just like to join the others in acknowledging the hard work that's done by all to deliver a safe Olympics in Tokyo in the face of a global pandemic. I think that the general public, there were obviously large sections that were quite sceptical, but in our country and the countries that I've heard of since, I think once the athletes got on stage, then their performances blew people away, as we from the Olympic movement all thought that they would happen. So it was lovely to see our faith being rewarded. In terms of just highlighting on a couple of things in my report, you'll see that obviously there were additional logistical challenges posed by COVID, and I think that these need to be factored into any major event planning for the foreseeable future. A global elimination of this virus is looking highly unlikely for a whole raft of reasons. And really just to acknowledge the work of Tokyo and the IOC in presenting the playbooks, which I think were a very useful innovation, and also to pay special tribute to the people who man the ONOC Medical Shared Services Clinic up in Tokyo. I think this is a model that's proved its worth over several iterations at the Olympics, and it's served our athletes very well in enabling small NOCs to tap into a resource that's been pretty good. Then also to mention about COVID infection in Oceania, and again just to pay special respect to our colleagues from Tonga and Cook Islands, Kia ora, the fact that they've been detained in Aotearoa for longer than they would wish, and we just wish them a safe travels onwards back to their homeland. So each NOC is obviously dealing with COVID in a way that's relevant to them. From a medical perspective, I would just reiterate that vaccination is key, and trying to get on board what some people would call the vaccine hesitant and some people would call the vaccine ostriches is obviously a huge challenge. I sort of wonder if we shouldn't be pushing more for the role of athletes as vaccine champions, so role models who are held in high esteem in their own countries could really help turn this around for certain people who may be sort of vacillating a little, shall we say. So really those were my comments, and as I say, very happy to sort of answer any further questions.
Thank you very much, Chris. No questions, and thank you for coming online during your busy time on Saturday. And I'm glad you're not asking us questions that we probably will fail. Thanks and all the best, Chris. And
thanks, and Andrew Potter sends his regards too, by the way.
Gosh, blast from the past. Thank you. We now move on to education up to the Federated States of Micronesia. The floor is yours, Jim.
Thank you, Dr. Mitchell. Good morning to most of you. It's getting later in the morning. This is a short update on the Education Commission. Could I see the first slide, please?
Slides are coming up, Jim.
Yeah. And Nelly and Inoki, welcome back to freedom. I think they both got their hibernation on Thursday, their quarantines. Again, thank you for listening to our Education Commission. These are our members of the commission for the past 4 years, representing ONOC, the NLCs, OSEP, and our partners. We want to thank them and recognize them for all of their hard work for the past 4 years. Special recognition to the Australia, New Zealand, and Fiji NLCs for their excellent results of their athletes winning medals at Tokyo 2020. Congratulations to your athletes and teams. On our Education Commission, we're proud to have 2 members who helped lead their NLCs to win medals. Margarita, the president of Kasanac, the Fiji NLC, and Helen Brownlee, the vice president of Australia. Our commission's members are very proud to have Helen and Margarita on our commission and to hear of their experiences. So we want to congratulate them. Next slide, please. Okay. Our commission, we have updates. We have not met this year. Our terms have been extended to May 2022, which is the time of the next ONOC AGM and election. And then we'll advise on our new members and who will chair this commission. We would like to thank Millie and the OSEP family for their continual leadership in sport education in Oceania as our flagship program. And as you heard from Nicole, she just confirmed that OSEP is not just a leader in Oceania, it's now become a leader worldwide in sport education. So congratulations to Millie. I'd like to ask Millie if she'd like to say anything to the AGM.
Thank you, Jim. It's just to say thank you to everyone for your support. And thank you to the Commission and ONOC President and Secretary. Thank you.
Great. Thank you, Millie. We're meeting next week, October 13th, for our annual meeting to review the OSEP programs and our continual work in sport education. In closing, I'd like to say something about not really sport education, but about Tokyo 2020. On behalf of our FSM Olympic Committee and our President Bernie Martin, who's sitting right next to me, our coaches and athletes, we want to thank ONOC for their professional work at Tokyo 2020 during the hard times of the pandemic. So thank you to Dr. Mitchell and Rick Bloss and the ONOC staff that worked at the Games Village and Manassi Hotel, Nelly, Siti, Inoki, and Mike. I think their experience must have been amazing because they did things that usually aren't in their scope of work. And on behalf of our athletes, our Olympic athletes, who all had positive things to say, I wanted to say. Secondly, congratulations, Dr. Mitchell, on being elected to the IOC Executive Board during the Tokyo Olympics. And again, as many people have said, the work that John Coates did, I don't think we can take that for granted, the work that Mr. Coates has done and continues to do as a world leader of the Olympic movement. We're very impressed with your work, John, and we're very proud that you're part of ONOC. Thank you very much. Finally, on behalf of our NLC, I'd like to recognize Michael Cohn, who works for ONOC Guam. Our borders were closed and are still closed. I just returned a couple of weeks ago from Tokyo. Our NLC President Bernie Martin, and our staff, Leslie and Jake, they were unable to go to the Tokyo Olympics because of our borders being closed and unable to return afterwards. So we reached out to Rick and to Dr. Mitchell and asked if Mike could be our chef de mission for Team FSM. And a few months prior to the game, Mike took over as chef de mission, and he did an outstanding professional job. We can't say how much we want to thank Mike for what he did. And during the difficult times of Tokyo Games and all the COVID countermeasures. Thank you, Mike. Dr. Mitchell, that concludes my education update. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Jim, and thank you for the kind words you expressed as well. Are there any questions from the floor for our Education Commission Chairman? No questions, Jim. Thank you very much for the documentation that the Commission has provided and the work that OSEP continues to do throughout the region. So thank you, and my regards to your President as well. Moving on to Equity Commission, I'll ask Helen to take the floor and then go to Baklai to cover the last two commissions, if that's appropriate, Baklai. But Helen, you have the floor.
Thank you, Mr. President. There is sort of one slide, Enoki, if you can find that for me, please. I just wanted to separate what the IOC was doing and looking forward in the next few years to what we're doing in Oceania. And we met recently, so this is an update from what's in your printed papers. And basically, next slide, please. I just wanted to touch briefly on the success of Tokyo 2020, because it was successful from an Oceania point of view. And congratulations to all of the ONOC staff, from the President, Secretary General down, and all of you from the NOCs in the region. I mean, I was just overwhelmed that you all managed to get there. So every NOC was present. Even if it was small numbers, you were there, and that was really important. And so I'm just so proud of the efforts you made to get there, despite all the logistical issues that you had to overcome. Firstly, your athletes couldn't qualify, and then the travel issues, which some of you are still experiencing. So well done to all of you. You know, I didn't get to Tokyo either, but I managed to enjoy every single hour of it, minute and hour, because we had excellent TV coverage. So it was an amazing games. For Oceania, I think we were swinging above our weight here. 70.5 Oceania NOCs had 50% or more women athletes. Now, we didn't ask you to do that. That's how it happened. And that also is reliant on the qualification system, of course. So you have to just tone down some of these figures because of that, I think. But I think that's an amazing result. 41% of women were chef de missions or deputy chefs of our teams. Again, that is a really outstanding achievement, and we should be looking to try and get that to 50% by Paris 2024. And in Oceania, there were 12 sports represented, and I've excluded Australia and New Zealand. And what really pleased me was, I think Rick or Mike might have put it together, was a comparison between results for Rio with results for Tokyo, and there was an increase in best performances right across the board. And I think that shows that there's some great work happening out there amongst our sports, and supported by the NOCs, and supported by the work that everyone's doing, that OSFO's doing and OSEP's doing, you know, in managing all of those. So well done to all of you. Now, just a quick ECHO update. We updated our statement of purpose. We did not change it significantly, except that we are now going to collaborate with the ONOC comms team for all digital platforms, and that's really the only thing we changed, but that is available and has been sent out to the executive. We are holding a masterclass workshop. If you can recall, back in 2019, we had a masterclass workshop in Fiji, which was really successful, with 50% men, 50% women, over a couple of days. We are planning to have another face-to-face workshop if we can get into the islands and get the islands to come to Auckland on the 4th of May, in conjunction with the IWG World Conference in Auckland. New Zealand, which is from the 5th to the 8th of May. An invitation's already gone out to all of the masterclass people, all the men and women involved, to save those dates. Obviously, Rick will explain what's happening with the General Assembly in 2022, but we would see that this workshop takes place the day before the World Conference starts, and then the participants would be part of the World Conference as well and enjoy that and learn from that experience. So we're going to blow our budget on all of that. But what we want to do is just reconnect with those people, our masterclass special advocates for women in sport, and we'll have a virtual meeting on the 10th of November this year, and they have also been notified of that. So they're really the main things that came out of our meeting. We spent quite a lot of time talking about the World Conference and the part that Oceania can play, and we'll talk more about that with the masterclass participants, and then how we're going to structure the masterclass workshops and the Reconnect meeting that we're having. So that's all from me. Thank you very much, unless there's any questions.
Thank you very much, Helen. Are there any questions for Helen from the Oceania presentation? No questions, Helen. Thank you very much.
Good. Thank you.
Okay, now the weather's not so good in Palau. It's quite windy and a lot of rain. Oh, but I hope, oh yes, Baklai's there. Baklai, International Relations Commission, please. The report has been circulated, and over to you.
Thank you, Dr. Mitchell. Thank you, everyone. It's good to see everyone looking very well, and I look forward to see you soon, hopefully in person. The report has been provided to everyone. However, can I just highlight a few things? The supplemental report has also been provided for the International Relations Commission. We have continued to engage with regional priorities, with NGOs and government to ensure that sport is always present to build ONOC's engagement and leadership of sports and development in the Pacific, according to the ONOC strategic direction moving forward with regional and global partnership. If I may just add that this year, the International Relations Commission have also engaged and partnered with the work of the Sports Pacific Activity Physical Education Task Force. We have been able to work with key regional partners from education, other UN agencies, WHO, and sports policy development in the Pacific. And this series of forums outcome will be presented soon to all the members. I just want to add that the work for the Commission is also engaging with the University of South Pacific, USP, who has agreed to take the role of the sport, physical activity and physical education action plan forward as a secretariat. So we're looking for that work in engaging with regional universities, especially USP. Dr. Mitchell, that's my report. It's been provided in writing to everyone. Please have a look at the report if there's any comment for the International Relations Commission or questions. Otherwise, I can move on to the, if I may just present a brief report on the Sustainable Commission Working Group. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Baklai. There doesn't seem to be any questions at the moment. Perhaps if you go on to sustainability working group, and then if there's questions arising, we can ask you to respond at that time.
Okay, so the sustainability working group brief report is also presented to everyone. I just want to add that with the IOC Sustainable Commission and the adoption of the 2025 plus 515 recommendations, this is a greater opportunity for ONOC to take a more active role in our Sustainable Commission to really see what we can add value to in terms of our environment and climate change actions for meeting our strategy goals in SDG target goals. So we had an opportunity to meet with the staff for the Sustainable Commission in the IOC when we were in Tokyo, the working group with Dr. Mitchell, with Marie, and really have a dialogue of what are the critical priority area in terms of climate actions and environmental actions in the region and how we can make contributions to that. In that meeting, we agreed that we'll put up a list because there are many activities in the region in terms of climate actions and environment priorities around the region. The key partner agencies such as different UN agencies and other civil societies leading in this work area, and how we can really start partnering with adding values to the work of the Athletes Commission and their role and activities in our region. With that, we have compiled, we're working with the IOC Sustainable Commission and putting the questionnaire. It's been done, and if it's possible for ONOC office to present that questionnaire to the respective NOCs to provide us what are your priorities, what are the actions in your community in terms of climate actions and environment, so we can really harness and add value to the work in link with other with regional priorities. I think it's also really a great opportunity for us for 2032 having their climate and environmental actions where we can really put in an Oceania work forward. I know that Sarah and Avita have great examples of work that's been happening in their communities. Sarah Walker has been really actively voicing out the role of athletes in terms of our Olympic forest, and this is something that Oceania members can really put on our heads together, or work together to realize a climate and environmental actions that we can really present in the lead up to the 2032 games. So that's the brief report, and I'm so excited. I'm looking forward to having everyone make contributions, and with the questionnaire, if it's being forwarded to you, please respond to those questionnaire so we can really put our priorities together and start implementing our objectives forward when the Sustainable Commission's members are confirmed by ONOC. Thank you, everyone, and it's great to see everyone. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Buckley, for the report from the working group as well as the International Relations Commission. I'm checking with Melly, who's not nodding his head, just shaking his head to indicate that there's no questions. But can I just thank the working group for all the work that you've put in to get to where we are. The IOC is very excited. They've sent through the questionnaire already and involving the group. So hopefully before the end of the year, we'll have a commission in place. But as discussed at the last meeting of the working group, it'll be a good project for the Athletes Commission to take up as well, to bring the voice of youth in terms of the environment for our part of the world. So no questions. Thank you very much, Buckley, for the work that you've put in international relations, and as well as all the ladies that are involved from the Sustainability Commission.
Thank you, everyone.
Thank you. The agenda item 9 is the ONOC committee reports. You have a message from the Secretary General in your files, and you also have the minutes of the last meeting of ONOC also in the files. On the 23rd of October, the ONOC executive will be meeting in Crete, and on the 24th and the 25th, the General Assembly of ONOC will be held in Greece as well. So most of you will be online virtually. As far as I can tell, there's only 3 people from the Oceania region that will be in Greece. That's John Coates, Rick Blas, and myself, if I get the right exemption document from the Greek embassy in Canberra to get across. I think Kevin will be there as well. And that makes at least 4 that I know of that will be in Greece. So for ONOC, unless there's any questions arising, we have that opportunity in a few weeks' time to go into more details about the work of ONOC and answer questions then. Just a final comment. This yellow piece of paper tells me that we're not getting many reports on the ONOC Special Fund acquittal. The timeline for that was end of September, that you needed to advise us as to one, well, provide the financial report, and I think the information in terms of the reporting documentation has been provided by the staff. But if you haven't been able to spend the money, then you need to let us know so that we can take it up in 3 weeks' time to see how, whether you can retain the funds or whether it needs to be brought back into the kitty. So if you haven't, work hard on your report, but contact Melly to let him know where you're at. This provides a very good lead into agenda item 10, and I'm happy to invite Mr. Gosper to talk on the Oceania Australia Foundation. It's been a while since we've seen each other, Kevin, at least 24 hours, I think. Over to you, Kevin.
Need to unmute.
If you can please unmute yourself, Mr. Gosper. Sorry, Mr. Gosper, if you can unmute yourself, please. We're not hearing you.
Can you hear me now?
Much better. Thank you very much.
I'll repeat that. I'm passing the baton to Helen McMurray, who's the Secretary General of the Oceania Foundation, and takes all the credit for keeping the foundation on course during this very difficult time. We've had to move young scholars to and from their academic locations and their countries, and it's been a very, very detailed and demanding task. So if you'll permit, President, I'm delighted to have Helen take over and deliver a short report. Helen?
Thank you, Kevin. You've seen all the reports that we've submitted, but there are 2 important things to mention. One is that now our athletes this year, our swimmers, have gone back to Iowa Lakes, which was one of our initial colleges. And the great news there is that the head coach is Jordan Harris, a Marshall Islands boy who went on a scholarship in 2013. So that's quite a remarkable achievement. And he's delighted that he can provide an opportunity to keep this program going. So that's big news there. And the other one to touch on, in his report, John Coates mentioned the Griffith University, and the foundation is currently working with Griffith University, and we have an inaugural scholarship recipient there, Helena Young from Fiji, and she's doing a graduate in business studies as well as training with Oceania Athletics. So they're the 2 main features of our report that I think are worth noting this time. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Helen and Kevin. Are there any questions for the foundation? No? Thank you for the report provided and the supplementary report, Helen, but we don't have any questions. So thank you very much for the work that you do for our athletes on scholarship in the States and now in Australia, which is great news. Oops, moving on. Oceania Regional Anti-Doping Organization. Can I first of all just thank the outgoing chairman, Cyril, from Vanuatu for the work that he's put into the Orado since he took over in 2017, I think it was, when we met, when we last met. Cyril, you've been very busy in Vanuatu, I think, work-wise. Every cyclone that comes by gives you more work. So I think we really appreciate the work that you've done working with Natanya and her team. And we have a new group taking over. And I'd like to welcome Dr. Tiariki Puni, a member of our ONOC Medical Commission and the new chairman of Orado, Talofalava Keripunivalu. Many of our swimmers will know how well you organize the championships or the games swimming and appreciate the work that you've done for swimming as well. So welcome to the new team, and can I pass the floor to either of you? Perhaps the chairman to start off with.
Dr. Robin Mitchell, I'll start off with our presentation if you don't mind, and then we'll get into with our chair and also vice chair just to say a bit of greetings to everybody in their new capacity. So we'll just ask the team if they can just quickly put up our presentation that we shared. Well, talofa lava, everybody. My name is Natanya Potsoi. I am so very humbled and actually quite excited to be able to actually share the Oceania Regional Anti-Doping Organization's report. And this report was kindly put together by my team and at the Orado Operations Hub based in Suva, Fiji with ONOC. And of course, with the members of our board, which you get to hear from the representative, which is our new chair, and also our vice chair. We'll move on to the next slide, please. So our presentation is basically, we're going to introduce our new chair just so that you get to meet them and get to know a little bit about them and to say hello as well to our family who are tuning in this morning, this afternoon, or this evening. And then we would like also to take the opportunity to acknowledge some key partners that has helped Orado, not just for 2021, but before that. And then we like to take the opportunity just to quickly provide you with some highlights of our 2021 activities. The full report is available on the link provided by the ONOC team. So please kindly go there if you want to know more about some of the activities that we've been doing so far from Jan up to August of this year. And then we also wanted to share some of the key discussions and decisions that the Orado board that actually came out or stood out from our September meeting. That was just a few weeks ago. And finally, some recommendations or some, I rather call it some encouragements that we would like to put forward to all the National Olympic Committees and also the partners here at this very occasion. We'll move on to the next slide, please. So let me kindly bring on stage our new chair, Dr. Tiariki. He is from the Cook Islands to say a little bit of hellos and greetings from wherever he's tuning in from. I think it's New Zealand. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you, Natanya, and Pacific greetings to all our Oceania members and our viewers today as well. I'll just keep this short, but my name is Dr. Tiariki Puni, as mentioned earlier, and I am a clinical physician. I work as a general practitioner or family physician and with a special interest in sports medicine. But I'm looking forward to working with Natanya and all our ORADO members as well. And I have the great pleasure of introducing my vice chair, which is the first for ORADO. Over to you, Kerry.
Talofa and good afternoon to all our ONOC family. I'll keep it nice and brief like Dr. Puni. I've been involved in sports for quite a number of years, and I'm looking forward to working together with all our partners under the new leadership, and I'm very excited about our journey over the next 4 years. Thank you.
Well, thank you very much to our new chair and also our vice chair. And Helen, you'd be very happy to know that there is equity here in ORADO, so that you can have that included in your report in the near future. Can we just move on to the next slide, please? Well, all the success of ORADO is all attributed to our key partners here on this screen. We want to thank ONOC and also the International Olympic Committees for their continued support of ORADO since its inception in 2004 and later on 2005, and also with the World Anti-Doping Agency. We're looking forward to strengthen our partnership with UNESCO, but also some key government, support that we've been getting from the Sports Integrity Australia or the Australian government, and some technical support that's been given to us through with the work that we've been doing with Drug Free Sports New Zealand. So thank you very much from all of us, from the member countries, for your continued support, and we look forward for that support for many more years to come. Next slide, please. This is from just some highlights from our 2021 activities. With the ORADO and with the change of times and also the change of terms of reference of what is expected that the Oceania regional anti-doping organizations or regional anti-doping organizations are expected to deliver as per the 2021 World Anti-Doping Code, we had to make some adjustment internally in our office and try to streamline some of the programs that we've been delivering in the past, or the services that we've been delivering in the past. So we kind of categorize them into these 5 key programs right now. With the NATO support program, this is basically providing, we have a identified or a specific person within the ORADO team that will actually provide some administration support to help the National Anti-Doping Organization, which right now are actually the National Olympic Committees. The capacity building program that we have here is basically to help train the manpower. Once we identify some of your needs at national level, then this capacity building will really focus on training up your manpower so that we can strengthen your national program, but also to help with regional initiatives or regional games that we've been having with the Pacific Games, and also with some sub-regional games such as Micronesia Games. With the education, there is, with the 2021 World Anti-Doping Code, there is a bit more emphasis being given to education compared to any other years and compared to any other versions of the World Anti-Doping Code. So this is why we needed to actually create this particular program, but we're still developing this. So we have not yet arrived to where we want to go with this program. But this one is really, again, is to look at how can we actually use some of the social sciences and some of the scientific reports that are being put together by WADA and also by other partners, so that we can create education programs that will actually more relevant and meaningful to the target groups, especially to our athletes. So this is what we wanted to do, and to do a bit more research within our island countries, because there's very little known about the attitudes and the perception of our Pacific Island athletes and our athlete support persons about anti-doping. And so that's something that we would like to do in the next 4 years or the next quadrennial. Partnerships, of course, we are already looking at that, and how can we maintain those partners and continue to sustain our partners so that we can actually ensure the success and sustainability of not only ORADO, but also the national anti-doping programs that we're running within each of your countries. And of course, you're all familiar with our doping control program, and We've been doing this as our very first activity of ORADO since 2004, where we work closely with the World Rugby, or used to be or former known as International Rugby Board. So for your information, in this time of 2021 with the COVID, we managed to actually conduct some testing of 55, a total of 55 tests throughout, I'm just looking at this one, within 14 out of our 16 member countries. So thank you very much for your support that we are able to actually continue to deliver this despite of the COVID, but also for us, we need to make some adjustment too to ensure that we uphold and our protocols with our testing program is in compliance with COVID protocols around each, around the region. So that's what we've been doing, 55 tests with the support of international federations, but also with the World Anti-Doping Agency testing grant. For us, after we have identified some of the roles and responsibilities or some of the needs from our countries, we realize that there's still need to actually a focus to conduct a session or information sessions for our member countries to better understand their roles and responsibilities concerning anti-doping. So that was one of the focus that we have in this particular program with our capacity building is really taking it back to each of our signatories to the code, which include the National Olympic Committees. Thank you very much. Next, thank you. So with some of our education initiatives, I hope, please, we do on our Oceania Rattle Facebook page, we now have this program called the Lunch Bites. This was developed by my team, so we take turns on actually having some of our guest speakers, and Lunch Bite is only 30 minutes long, and we hope that we can actually invite some of you to share some of your views about anti-doping in the weeks to come and in the near future. With our national anti-doping program, so we also right now with the focus being education, we just completed an education training, helping and discussing and also sharing, assisting our national anti-doping organizations to develop an education program or plan together, because this will be the very first program or activity that WADA themselves will actually come into our region and ask you, for compliance, whether you do have an education program. Hence why we put a bit more focus in the last month and the remaining of this year to help build education program and to make sure that you have a plan. So when WADA comes to actually monitor your programs, you do have that in place. So we look forward to be working with you. And of course, ONOC, we continue to receive support from the staff, but especially from the leadership. And we are truly grateful to the ongoing support that we receive from ONOC, that words cannot describe or explain how we're so full of thanksgiving and gratefulness. Thank you very much. Next slide. These are some of the discussion points or decisions that that the board has basically touched on from our September board meeting. That because we have lapsed our 2017 to 2020 a strategic plan, that there's a need for us to identify an independent facilitator to coordinate and help us to put together a strategic plan for 2022 to 2025. Because there's now some revision or some update in our governance structure with the inclusion of our vice chair, we also need to relook and to review our constitution so that we can identify or insert these changes for us moving forward. One of the things that we have discussed, or the board has discussed, is that there's a need for us, for ORADO to actually look into having a finance officer and also the education officer based on the needs that's been highlighted or made mention by the member countries themselves. So these are the new staff or some sort of restructuring within the current staff so that we can continue to provide and uphold good governance within ORADO. but also with the review of the executive officer, which I currently hold that role right now. It was, times has changed when I first came here, and then I was expected to only be here for just a few years. I think it was only 1 year, and 14 years later, I'm still there. So there is a need for us to review and update the role of the executive officer so that this person can help drive or be a part of the reform of the ORADO in the near future. We hope to, with the education plan, we want to work closely with all of you so that we can actually finalize a 2022 budget that we need to present by sometime November, which is next month. We need to finalize our budget and also our activities so that there's enough time for us to kind of put that together without stressing out where we're going to find the money. But we need your collaboration and your cooperation to let us know what are some of your needs in regards to education so that we can include that in our 2022 budget and activities, and we can finalize and have the board to endorse that. So the next slide, please. So this is our recommendation, our humble recommendations to this forum and to this meeting. We want to encourage you to continue to work with your governments. There is a membership of $5,000 US that's been from each of our member countries. And right now we have 15 official or member countries who are paying annual contributions to ORADO, and that annual contribution is $5,000 US. But what we would like to encourage you all to please to get hold and engage your governments and have them to actually be more involved with your national programs, but also to support regional initiatives with throughout Oceania. So that's our first recommendation. Our second recommendation that's been, being repeated a couple of times here is that using or leveraging the opportunities and the funding are made available through the Olympic Solidarity. There are some activities and there are some funding programs that Olympic Solidarity have available that we can actually, from the ORADO office, we can help you, to design something that actually fulfill or meet the criteria or requirements of the Olympic Solidarity so that you can implement, meet those objectives, but also to deliver some anti-doping initiatives within your country. A lot of times we say that we don't have the funding, but there's a lot of opportunities that we can get funding. What we need to help you with is designing the program so that these funding can come in, and then we know how to, best utilize these resources available to us. And finally, we are continue on with our testing program and also with our education program. And we really do need your support, that you'll continue to support the education initiatives happening at national level. ORADO will come in if you need any help from us or testing, finance, or whatever support that you may need with whatever resources that we currently have. We are happy to actually provide that assistance. It doesn't have to be funding, but we can also provide technical assistance and expert advice. Even if you're hosting a game, just let us know, and we're more than happy to actually provide you that support, and that's included in your $5,000 US a year. So make use of your $5,000 US a year with ORADO by get a hold of us and work closely with us. And and then comes to my next slide, which is a big thank you, a fafitai lava, a vi nakavaka levu, and thank you Tomas from all of us here at your ORADO Secretariat. Thank you very much for your time, and back to you, President Robin Mitchell, and also thank you again, Secretary General Rick Blast, for your continued support and your leadership and your team towards ORADO and its activities. Inaka.
Thank you very much, Natanya, for the presentation, and I endorse the summary slide, the last one, in terms of the funding. I think the main thing is really to but you really got to get government to take over the funding of ORADO. They are the signatories to the UNESCO Convention, and I think they've had 14 years of a free ride. except for one or two governments. Australia and New Zealand pays for our subscription to WADA. The continent of Africa, each of the countries contributes a small amount of money according to their ability, but everybody or each government that comes under the UNESCO Convention for the fight against doping in sport has to start contributing. And I welcome the new leadership to really look at their government counterparts and to ensure that they take over the funding, because as you realize with the solidarity grants, it's for 28 Olympic sports and for those that are in Winter Olympics, it's not a big amount of money that we provide, but there's an opportunity through the World Program. So I think that the message from our side is government, 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 and secondly, the need for upgrading not upgrading the services, but you need to charge more for the services that you're providing, the multi-sport events and the sports that require doping control that you do so well. So thank you very much for the presentation, and we look forward to working with the new leadership that have just been elected at your meeting virtually not too long ago. Are there any questions from the floor for Orado? No questions, Natanya and Kerry and Dr. Pune, but thank you very much and congratulations and all the best to Orado. The next agenda item is OSIC, Oceania Sports Information Center. The coordinator, Martin Burrows, has finished his term and has returned to the United States. And the university is now advertising for a replacement for OSIC. The information is in the paperwork that's been circulated. Melly is our representative on the USB group with OSEP. So just direct all your information and queries to Melly. And that brings us to agenda item 10D, the OSFO. Oceania Sports, Organizations of Sports Federations of Oceania. Mr. Gosper, sir.
Mr. Chairman, I'm going to do the same thing again. It's a privilege as chairman to pass the baton again to my able Secretary General, Chet Gray. So Chet, would you pick up the baton and off you
go? Kevin, Chet, it's an apology for the meeting.
Oh? Well, let me just stand in with no notice and say to you that OSFO has just completed its annual General Assembly, and we did that by Zoom. And our concern was to review the performances of our various sports throughout Tokyo, which has been referred to by our president in ONOC just recently. We also had some elections, and they were desperate to find a new president to replace me, and they didn't work hard enough, and so I reluctantly have hung on to be the ongoing president. I must be the most ancient man in this role, but I'm very complimented and delighted to be still involved by Oceania activities. Rick Blass referred earlier to new arrangements in regarding finances flowing through to OSFO, which give us more autonomy, and that has been welcomed by us and has been supported by President Mitchell and engineered by you, Rick, and we're very grateful for the way you've done this. Gets us more freedom of action. At the same time, we take on the extra responsibility with responsibility. And that was a big move. We had an attendance of something in the order of 28 sports federations, and we welcome back in particular the Australian Swimming Group. Their president now is a vice president of FINA. There was an interlude there where swimming stepped back and wasn't so confident about what sport could contribute, but they changed their position. And for such an important sport, we're delighted to have them back. So altogether, Robin, we were pleased to get through that annual general meeting. Chet does an enormously fine job. He's responsible. He's got an eye for the needs of every one of the federations, and very easy for me to work with. And once again, it was a pleasure to be re-elected as president. I think that covers the general area, Robin, and I'll wait to Chet to account to me for why he didn't tell me he was not going to do the report.
Thanks very much, Kevin. As usual, you summarized everything so well. There's a very big document, as you know, the report from the Sports Federation providing all the information of their activity. It's a very big part of our annual report, the reports that your members provide. And thank you for the cooperation. Rick will be liaising with Chet in terms of the solidarity support for the work of OSPO in the coming year.
And Robin, could I just mention one other point?
Yes, go ahead.
And that is just to remind members that we are the only region that has an organisation of sports federations which works so closely with the regional operation. It's unique to ONOC. It's looked upon with envy by many other sports federations throughout the world. And we think it's very important to sustain, and this has been recognised by ONOC, because of the distances we have to cover in sustaining sports development throughout the region. So we're a very proud outfit, and we enjoy the sponsorship and the close working relationships we have with ONOC. Thank you, Robin.
You, Manaka, Kevin. Are there any questions from the membership for President Gosper? No? Thank you very much, Kevin. No questions from the floor.
Thank you, Robin.
We're progressing quite well at the moment, and I'm looking at the agenda and video. If you don't mind, I'll move to agenda item 10F, because Carolina is probably almost getting ready to go to bed now.
Robin?
Yes,
Robin?
Yes, Kevin?
I'm sorry to interrupt again. I've got to admit a failure in my short-term memory. Chet did alert me that he wouldn't be at the meeting, and I genuinely said, I'll stand in for you. So I'm glad I got back to apologise for my chastising him a little, because he's such a good man. Thanks. I won't interrupt you again, Robin.
Thanks, Kevin. I have those moments as well. So agenda item 10F, it's the United States Olympic and Paralympic Committee, a partnership that we've had going back to the Los Angeles Games in 1984. Hola, Carolina. If you want to say a few words, a report has been provided and circulated, but you're most welcome to appear so we can see and say hello.
Thank you, Rob. Thank you, Robin. Sorry I was off video, but I'm flying to Colombia to see my father tonight. So I was trying to multitask a little bit. But it's really an honor and a privilege to be with you. We feel really blessed with this in your family. We love. You are my favorite region. We're from the Americas. I'm Colombian and I'm an American, but Oceania is so close to my heart. I feel so close to your people. And every time I've had the honor to be there, it's just it's a closeness that you don't experience anywhere else in the world. So thank you so much. And I didn't prepare a presentation, but I did send the report in to the executive committee. We are working very closely. We're working with Millie on the ICCP program. We've launched a virtual edition, which is starting now in November. So I know we have one NOC that sent an application, and Millie, working with Millie, there's going to be 5 additional trainers that will join this this program. This program that's launched virtually is really just an amazing gift, because you get it's about 60 hours of teaching from all our experts, our physiologists, our nutritionists, our psychologists. We have a whole module on leadership. And the way that it's offered virtually on, and you can get it on an phone app. So you can really access it from everywhere. And it's, University of Delaware has told us that the best way for educational purposes is to break out the lectures into 15 to 20 minute segments, because people don't absorb like 1 hour of lectures at a time. So we've done it so user-friendly. Each lecture is between 45 minutes and an hour, broken up into 3 segments, and they can go back and re-listen. So we really encourage your NOCs to take advantage of this. We are launching it as a national program at the start of the year, meaning that you can, say, offer it to 20 coaches in your country, 10 coaches, however you like. And the reason that we launch it as a national course is that at the end of each module, we want you to come together, whether it's virtually or in person, the coaches, and have an exchange of ideas, have a facilitated session, so that you don't just, your coaches don't just get the learning and then it's gone. So we worked really hard on this. We do provide facilitation skills for the coaching facilitator, and we hope that you take advantage of that. I know that there's a lot of virtual opportunities out there, so there is also the possibility to be flexible, and you know, we can have the coaches that do it perhaps not do the whole 60 hours, but say if they've done a lot of physiology already, not have to do that section. So we're looking at that. But at the conclusion, the coaches do get a certificate from the University of Delaware. So that's a value to in a lot of your countries. I know internationally it is. And we have other things we're working with Rick, with the visas for the South Pacific Games. So we are keeping in touch. I know Millie's working also with Michelle on the report, compiling the reports for each of the NOCs. And for us, it's just a privilege to be able to support and have this relationship. So thank you so much.
Thank you very much, Carolina, for the report. And sorry to put you on the spot there, but
no.
But
wanted to make sure I was really listening, right? I'm flying out. I have to leave to the airport in about 45 minutes.
45 minutes. Okay, we've got 45 minutes to ask Carolina questions. No. Well, Carolina, thank you very much for coming online, but we don't have any questions, but just safe travels. And
thank you.
Yeah, have a good time back with the family in Colombia.
Thank you, Robin.
Yeah, thanks, Carolina. Now we'll move across. Video is probably the most furthest person away from us. Go to the Pacific Games Council, Mr. Luckin, sir.
Thank you, Mr. President. All I want to do is bring greetings from the Pacific Games Council to everyone from around the world. And I would like to, at this juncture, invite our CEO, Andrew Minogue, to do our presentation. Andrew.
Thank you, President. Good morning and good afternoon, everybody. There's a slide that we've prepared. It's only one slide, you'll be pleased to know, because we have our own General Assembly coming up in 4 weeks' time. But just before getting on to that, on behalf of President Vidya and the Games Council Executive, we want to congratulate ONOC and its members, the NOCs, on all of your achievements in Tokyo. To the IOC, President Coates and the Coordination Commission, I think the proving to the world that safe games can be held during a pandemic is a great comfort for regional games like ours. So congratulations on the successful delivery of Tokyo. And then to Australia, congratulations on winning the rights for Brisbane 2032. And the Pacific Games looks forward to helping our athletes prepare for what is effectively going to be a home games in 11 years' time. As I mentioned, most of the people on the Zoom call today will be with us in 4 weeks' time for our annual General Assembly. We did not have a meeting last year. It was meant to be in September, but we postponed it to 2021 to see if we could actually be in Saipan, which was the venue for our next mini games. Unfortunately, that wasn't possible this year, so we're convening online. The Zoom and Lumi links will be sent out to you all within the next week. We envisage 2 sessions about a similar length to what we're going through today, 3 to 4 hours. Day 1 will cover minutes, financials, all the charter amendments and proposals coming out of the review of Samoa 2019. We need to get that done. It's a big piece of work that our sports committee's done, and you all have the paperwork, but I will be communicating with each of you over the next couple of weeks just to make sure that you're familiar with the recommendations so that we can have a smooth meeting on the 5th when we consider those proposals. Day 2, which will be on Saturday the 6th of November, we'll have our executive board election and the host PGA election for the 2027 Pacific Games. The voting will be conducted by Lumi. It's a secret ballot system. Many of you will have been familiar with that over the last year and a half. A lot of international federations and bodies have conducted elections that way. We'll have our auditor from Ernst & Young as the scrutineer of those votes. We want to wish Tahiti and Vanuatu all the best. I can see that there's some competitive spirit already happening today with the naming of your Zoom profiles for 2027. So best of luck to both of you. And also to the PGA members, please take the opportunity over the next few weeks to read the evaluation report that the Executive Board has submitted, read the bids, and communicate with the bidding countries if you have any questions that require feedback. So you're fully informed when you take what will be a most important decision on November 6th. We'll also hear from our Games organising committees, in particular the Northern Mariana Islands and Solomon Islands. Palau will also present for 2025. Just as part of this presentation, we'd like to thank ONOC for the work that it's already doing to assist both of these next 2 games on our agenda. As Rick mentioned earlier, the mini games were postponed. They were meant to be in June of this year. We've put them back 12 months to the 17th to the 25th of June next year. We're up to 9 sports. So we've been able to grow the sports program just a little bit from where we were a year ago. But ONOC and the Guam National Olympic Committee have been very helpful in recent months in Saipan, running some very important programs to lift the capacity of the national federations and also the Northern Marianas Sports Association, NAMSA, which is the PGA, our member, to make sure that they take full advantage of being the host for next year's games. So thank you, Rick, and to ONOC and the staff who have been up in Saipan assisting. President Mitchell, in his report at the beginning of today, mentioned Solomon Islands 2023, and in particular, the funding that ONOC is providing for 10 sport development officers. That's going to be a tremendous assistance. So Robin and the ONOC team, thank you very much for the work that you're already doing. We're sure there's going to be a lot more support offered, but this is, at this point, a couple of years out, this is a very valuable assistance program. I think most of you know the games have been pushed back a few months to November-December period. Martin Rara, the president of NOCSI, is also the chair of the Games Organising Committee. His group of directors meets regularly, and Peter Stewart has just been hired by them as the CEO. Peter delivered the Port Moresby 2015 games very successfully. He's been a long-term colleague of mine going back to Sydney 2000. So he's a very capable pair of hands. He'll be up in Honiara within the next few weeks. Delegates, you'll hear a lot more about these organising committees and their work when we convene in 4 weeks' time. But to Dr. Mitchell and SG Rick and all your executives and team, thank you for the opportunity to present today, and congratulations on the great work you've done for the NOCs over the last year. Thank you. Inaka.
Thank you very much, Andrew and Vidya, for the presentation and updating us on the work of the Pacific Games Council. We look forward to working with you in terms of how best we can move forward in the coming years, taking advantage of the opportunities that the hosting of the 2032 Games in Brisbane will bring for our athletes, officials, and for our games as well. So look forward to your General Assembly in a couple of weeks' time, but I'll be listening in online for that one, as I'll be away in Europe. But all the best for your meetings, and we look forward to continuing the work with the PGC. Looking across to Melly to see whether there's any comments or questions. No, we're about the time in this part of the Pacific where it's lunchtime is almost into afternoon tea time.
Robin,
John?
can I say something?
Yes, go ahead, John.
I interrupted the meeting to take a call from my Prime Minister, Scott Morrison, and I told him what we were doing today. And he, of course, is very, very aware that these will be the Oceania Games, and he wanted me to repeat that to you, to give everyone their very best regards. He said he had a good meeting during the week with the Vanuatu Prime Minister, but he wishes us well in all our work and looks forward to seeing us all soon. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, John, and we welcome the news from your Prime Minister, who's kept very close to the region over the last couple of years. So we look forward to working with him and his government in the lead up to 2032. So thanks for that message. Any other questions on the games before I pass the floor back to Rick? No?
Non, c'est l'heure de la...
I'll pass the floor to Melly. We're not getting the message clearly.
Sorry, I just... Sorry, I just wanted to add that in one of the folders, the Tokyo 2020 subfolder, you will find the NOC briefs for all 70 National Olympic Committees in terms of their performance in Tokyo. Thank you.
Thank you, Melly. I'll now pass the floor to Rick. Agenda item 14 and any other business that needs before we close the meeting.
Thank you, Doc. I just we have set the scheduled date for the General Assembly, barring any more further complications from COVID and the border controls. We're looking at from May 2nd, 3rd, and 4th, and then May 5th and 7th is the International Women's Group, and we're trying to combine our this meeting so that we can get everyone involved from the ONOC side, have for greater participation from our women supporters and participants, along with the IOC. So hopefully if everything works out well, that we would have we're currently working with Karen from the New Zealand Olympic Committee, and I want to thank Karen for still staying in there. I know she's announced her departure, and she has committed to try to stay as long as she can to continuously work with us as we start moving our plans ahead for the hosting of the General Assembly. So again, the dates, 2022, May 2nd, 3rd, and 4th. We'll come up with the plans for that assembly. And then again, the organizing committee down in New Zealand will address the IWG invite. I also, President Mitchell, if you may allow me to acknowledge the staff who has been working very closely with preparing ONOC for the Tokyo Olympic Games. As you know, and it was earlier cited with Jim's commenting on and thanking Mike Kahn for his support as chef. But, you know, early on, we realized that many of this might happen. And in fact, it did happen, where flights were being canceled, travel restrictions, and then the result of NOCs not being able to go, trying to source out a representative. And the advantage of what we do in ONOC, as when we were working with the Tokyo group a couple of years in advance, when they hosted the Chef de Mission seminars in Tokyo, that we also brought our support team from ONOC, who eventually, based on that meeting and the knowledge obtained from that meeting, were able to support the NOC of Samoa, who was represented by Inoke from the Suva office. He was appointed the chef for Samoa, and again with Mike. But along with Siti, who became the building manager, office manager for ONOC, who kept everyone informed regarding what we were doing at the Games Village, and trying to make sure that everyone is compliant to the IOC playbook. I also wanted to mention, President Mitchell, that early on the IOC gave every NOC the copy of the playbook. And a few comments were made. It wasn't that critical, but I think it's important to clearly understand that the IOC playbook, the protocol set by the IOC, is designed to safeguard the officials and especially the athletes at the Olympic Games. And with that said, I just wanted to again thank the team in Fiji, who are there currently managing the tech support for this General Assembly. As a reminder also to all the NOCs regarding the survey for the strat plans for 2020. We will be needing the update. This is just to fine tune our strat plans for the coming years. And again, it's very important that the strategic plan is understood, how it's going to work for the NOCs as it works for ONOC, as we track everyone's movement, just to make sure that we're following our objectives for the Paris Olympic Games. With that said, I turn it over to you, Dr. Mitchell.
Thank you very much, Rick. I understand that the delegate from Wallace and Fortuna would like to make a comment, or if you could go down to the bottom and tick English so that when he speaks in French, it'll be automatic. You'll get the English translation. So if you go down to the bottom next to the leave sign and click on English.
Sorry, Doc, if I may, because the system doesn't allow us to do that for now.
Okay.
So we will do consecutive interpretation. So he will provide his comments.
Simultané, c'est pour cela que je vous demande de parler lentement et une question à la fois, s'il vous plaît.
So the delegate will provide his comments in French, and then Margaret will give us the English interpretation. So we'll do them one after the other.
Something has disappeared here.
So Margaret, we have you online. If he's passed his comments through in French, if you'd be able to give us the English interpretation, please.
Okay, I haven't heard from them. Can you hear me?
Yes, we can hear you. So maybe
Okay, I
ask
can't
him.
hear them.
Oh, okay.
In fact, I've been disconnected right now from them.
Just get out.
Welcome. Okay. Okay, I'm back on.
Oui, Margaret, bonjour. On n'a pas de questions pour le moment. On suit le conseil avec attention. Nous n'avons pas été destinataires des rapports quels qu'ils soient, donc on vous suit avec attention. Voilà. Et on attendait aussi des nouvelles de l'organisation des prochaines échéances que Andrew a présentées pour les mini-games et les prochains Jeux du Pacifique au Solomon Island. Mais on vous répondra à tous vos formulaires.
Hello, can you hear me?
Yes, we can, Margaret. Go ahead.
Okay, right. So I'm saying aye on his behalf. I don't have any comment or questions at this stage because we're only observers. We are looking forward to responding to the questionnaire, in particular with the Pacific Games Council, and to have updates on the Solomon Islands. That's it.
Okay, thank you very much, Margaret, for the interpretation, and thanks to our colleague in Wallace and Fortuna. Merci beaucoup. Just opening up to see whether there's any other comments before we close the meeting.
Mr. President, Mike Stanley, New
Yes, Mike.
Zealand, if I could just say a couple of quick things. One is we're looking forward to having you all in New Zealand, COVID willing. Apart from Cuba and Taki, who are already here, I hope you're still not here. You're able to get home in time. We're allowed picnics in Auckland, where I live now, which is lucky. 2 bubble picnics. We've been let out of jail, but that's a small relief for us all. But the purpose really of my ask to speak quickly is to acknowledge Kieran. Many of you have become very firm friends with Kieran, and you know her wise counsel, and the New Zealand Olympic Committee will miss her greatly. We're not going to let her get too far away, and we will make sure there's an opportunity for you all to have some celebration of Kieran's contribution when you're down here in May. So looking forward to doing that, as I say, COVID willing. So thank you all. We're wonderful to see you all today and hear your deliberations, and I wish you all the very, very best.
Likewise.
Thank you very much, Mike, for the news. And you can keep the Cook Islanders and the Tongans in New Zealand if you like. But thanks for the comments. And before I close off, anybody else wants to take the floor?
Doc,
Rick.
One last thing. Do you want to just acknowledge James Tompkins, who finishes up?
Is James on the call, Rick? Sorry. Yeah. But yes, I'll be writing to James to thank him for his contribution. As mentioned, someone mentioned earlier, James has finished his term at the end of the Olympic Games in Japan, and so hopefully we'll continue to see him in sport in the coming years. But he was a very valuable contributor to the work that the Athletes Commission has shown over the years that he's been involved with us, and we look forward to catching up with him somewhere soon. Takitoa, you have the floor.
I could say
few words. Everybody hear me?
Yeah, sorry. Go ahead, Mike.
No, just wanted to congratulate you and Takitoa for deciding to stay on in New Zealand and join you in the ONOC meeting, Dr. Mitchell. So we are better represented.
Thanks, Mike, and look forward to keeping them in Greece for another 14 days when they arrive. Well, ladies and gentlemen, I think it's been a very good meeting. We've gone a little bit longer than the scheduled time, but there's been a lot to catch up on from the work that we've been doing since last year. And although we haven't been able to have our athletes out on the field and playing sport generally as a result of the pandemic, I think the virtual meetings has provided us an opportunity to continue to improve in some areas of the work that we need to do. But I think we all look forward to as much or as soon as possible that we can get our people back on the ground training, because Paris is just only 3 years away, and we've got the Commonwealth Games, the Asian Games, the Pacific Mini Games, and Solomon Games. So it's a very busy 3 years in the lead up to it. And as soon as we can get our athletes back training and our officials working as in part of the entourage, I think the better for the health of our countries. Thank you to all of you for taking part, and rather than look at areas where people that I might miss out on, just to thank all of you for attending the meeting and contributing through the papers that you've provided, and particularly to the commissions that support us in our work, not only ONOC, but OSFO, and the Pacific Games Council, the main stakeholders for our part of the world. Safe travels to all of you that have to travel today to go back home or go to another country for another meeting. But it's been a very, very good meeting, and to get to this stage with keep going, yeah. And we thank many people who have been behind the scenes to make sure that this works. It's the staff at ONOC in Suva, ONOC in Guam, the technical team that's come in to work in our studio downstairs at the ONOC building to set up cameras and the recording that allows us to communicate freely, despite some limitations that we have in terms of interruptions. So I hope that hasn't been too bad, but that all of you have been able to get across the points that you need to, and to learn from each other. To those of you that will be traveling to Greece, we look forward to seeing you in 3 weeks' time, and also to the Pacific Games Council meeting in early November. We look forward to that as well. Thank you to the staff. Thank you to Margaret for interpreting for our French-speaking people that have come on board, and to all the staff in Ovalevu and Modemanda. But before I go, Enoch is looking at me.
Thank you very much, Dr. Doc's done the acknowledgements. But just before we sign off, everyone, just some technical reminders for you. The presentations from today are in the shared folder that Melly and Mike shared with you. They'll stay there for a while. The presentations that were shared live directly by the presenters will be loaded on the shared folder before the end of today, so you can reference that. We got a few queries in the chat room for that. The recording of our meeting will stay online as well. So on the ONOC YouTube channel, should you wish to revisit any of the discussions today, just visit ONOC on YouTube. The communique for this 41st assembly will be finalized internally, and once it's signed off by the leaders, we'll circulate this to the membership. We'll also load this on our ONOC website for wider circulation, and we'll also embed it in our media release. Questions from the chat room. If they were not able to provide answers to those questions today. That is our chat room team. We'll compile this and also circulate responses at the beginning of next week through to the delegates through Millie. Again, as Doc said, we do thank Margaret for the French interpretation today. And also we were delighted to have our French-speaking delegates join us or observe the meeting. If I may, just before we close off the broadcast, I know Doc opened up with reflections on our 40th anniversary. If I can just pick up from what he said, since our inception, it's evident that at ONOC we do not work alone. We've always kept the tradition that we work better when we work with others. And we also bear the hope that in all our relationships with others, we bring the same spirit of cooperation, of friendship, and value to their work through our ONOC values of respect, integrity, synergy, and also excellence. And the best partnerships are where we as organizations and people separated by work and geography find means to talk and communicate. That we did today. So our coming together in this space of the ONOC Assembly is a testament to our joint appreciation of our shared partnerships and also relationships. So from all of us in Suva and also our office in Guam, in Fijian we say Vinakabakalevu and Nisamode, and we do look forward to when we be able to do this all in person and maybe host you here at our new ONOC headquarters in Suva. Thank you very much again, everyone. Goodbye and take care.
Bye, everyone.
Naka.
Au revoir, Margaret. Merci pour ton accompagnement de la journée. Merci, Margaret. Ouais, à très bientôt. Merci.
See you, Taki.
Ouais, salut.
Bye, everybody. Have a blessed weekend, everyone. Enjoy the cold.